Welcome everybody. Do we have launch? All right, the stream is launched. Ponda is launched. Launch this. Analyze this. Bowling, bro. Nils has tipped $75. Not exactly. All right. We have a nice Ponda here. Analysis stream. Mr. Coffee, I hope you're ready for analysis stream. Did you submit a game for analysis stream? Yes. I have Schumacher, Mr. Coffee, Asterbait, Yule Skinner, Some Prison. And that's it. Damn, Mr. Coffee spamming. We need a moderator around here. Alright, so Mr. Coffee and Asterbait both had meltdowns this week. You guys could get like a discount on group therapy. Oh my god. Alright. No, Mr. Coffee, we'll talk about you know, when your game comes up. Asterbait. It'll be extra for the psychological treatment. Counseling. I prefer to refer to it as counseling. I am required by law to state that I am not a licensed psychiatrist or psychologist. So, just a disclaimer. What's up? Mule Skinner, 7-1. I am an African witch doctor. I have a license in African witch doctory, but nothing more than an undergrad degree, bachelor's degree of arts and science. Arts, actually. Alright, so our first game is Schumacher versus Pajkovic. No, Pajovic. Captain Pajkovic. What's up, everybody? Welcome to our stream. Today is the analysis stream. Every Thursday, I'm sorry, I still haven't got my new chair. I still haven't got my glasses. I'm still blind. I'm still uncomfortable. Blind and uncomfortable I am analyzing games on the live stream. Yes. I can't find a comfortable position. Alright, blind and uncomfortable. Blind leading the blind. I'm not that blind. I'm just trying to read small print. Alright, so welcome Yule Skinner, guys. Hype train today, the Kraken. Asterbait's given 1 gift sub this week. Guys, just want to warn everybody, I'm pretty broke. So that's appreciated, Mr. Coffee. 100 bits due to brokedom. Good news. My new apartment is for sale. Yes. My new apartment is now for sale, in addition to my old apartment. So now you can buy either my old apartment or my new apartment. Is on the housing market. It went up. The pictures went up today. I won't be as broke once I can sell something and get some money freed up. Put myself in this situation. So any donations are really welcome. Subscribing obviously supports the stream. Anything like that, especially welcome during this pauper period when money is a little tight. Due to one of my students suggested that I raise my rates for private lessons due to inflation. And sadly, I haven't done that because, obviously economics come into play. Anyway, welcome everybody. Gucci Pigeon. Interested in improving your game? Exactly. So lock in a lesson before I increase my rates. Alright, gather round, folks. We're analyzing subscriber / friends of the stream games here. I'm not analyzing just random people. Well, we analyze them psychologically. I like analyzing bloggers. No, this is Schumacher. Schumacher's not here yet. Mr. Coffee, do you want to start with your game? Would you prefer? Would you prefer to start with your game? Schumacher could like show up, in the next. He usually doesn't show up, but sometimes he shows up. All right, we'll do your game first, since you're here. My first problem is Mr. Coffee had a 7-round tournament. He played 5 rounds. He had 3 points out of 5. He even talked about the fact that 5 points was enough to win a prize, and then he dropped out before the last 2 rounds. I can't tell you, Mr. Coffee, how many times I've won my last 2 games to win a big prize in a tournament. Foxwoods, you can't, and Bijak shows up the second after, but anyway, we're doing Mr. Coffee's game first. You cannot drop out of a tournament with 2 rounds to go if you still have a chance to win a prize. I mean, that's kind of crazy, I think. Even if you're a little disappointed, because you've been playing low-rated players or whatever, you're on the verge of winning that 5th game, and I know it's hard. But I think you really have to find the toughness inside and say, I'm going to go back and I'm going to win those last games and be tough, in a bit of a mood. Okay, all right, I'm sure you have your reasons, but I hope that, they were separate from general competitive attitude. Under normal circumstances, you should never drop out with 3 out of 5 in a tournament. I mean, 3 out of 5 in a tournament is really not a bad score. Okay. Yes, Bijak, we got your game. Chill. Gucci Pigeon. If I sub, could I send in a PGN at one of my games? Yes. Gucci Pigeon. Yes. I consider myself to be kind of especially good in mental toughness and clutch situations, though I don't get enough of them lately. Alright, so Mr. Coffee's black here in the game. He submitted e4, c5, knight f3. For a crazy guy who has mental issues, I'm pretty mentally tough when I need to be. I think you tune it out. You tune out the craziness when you really. I tune out the craziness when I really need to be on. All right, tune in my undiagnosed autism. No, all right. So we're playing the Sicilian with e6, d4, Gucci Pigeon, yes, Bijak, yes. C takes d4, knight takes d4, and knight c6, and now I play knight c3. And I think this move is the most principled continuation. I played against Mr. Coffee as well. Now black has 3 major variations, really 4 if you count d6. I'm not a fan of d6. I'll just be honest about it. I just analyzed the game Geller Reshevsky the other day with d6, and it goes into a Scheveningen, and I just played the Scheveningen for many years. I just don't think it's that great. There's also Shirov's g4 move, which is a pseudo curious attack. So I think the serious moves here for black, are knight f6, queen c7, and a6. Mr. Coffee plays a6, and this is a major variation. You can see that white can play bishop e2. I played g3 against you. There's knight takes c6. And I think in most cases bishop e3 is the sharpest, but not maybe that correct here. Gucci Pigeon just subscribed. Alright, I think you just subscribed. You can send me a PGN by private message on lichess would be the easiest. Gucci Pigeon to my account, Sparkle Horse on lichess. Alternatively, you could put it in the chat and somebody could send it to me. Alright. Sorry guys, I need to get my new chair to get comfortable here. I can't find a comfortable position with this chair. It's just brutal. Anyway, knight takes c6 is a funny move. It's like against principles in the Sicilian to some degree to trade this knight off, this apparently strong knight on d4, but it has some support. I think the argument would be in favor, and I know Fischer played knight takes c6. The argument in favor of knight takes c6 is that a6 in this type of position where you're like taking back here, it's kind of redundant, and it ends up being relatively a waste of time. You know, I mean, now that there's a pawn on c6, it's like a6, and basically your bishop is kind of blocked in. So that's a move. I believe that it might be pretty popular. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, my teammate Brian Smith recently moved to Hungary. He played this in our last team match against some really stupid guy. It was like some FIDE master, and Brian was white in one of these, like, you know, Taimanov Sicilians, and after like 10-15 moves, this guy like offered him a draw. It was like, what are you doing? You know, white's like a grandmaster. Even if he's not a high rated grandmaster, he's still a GM, and you're just like a I don't know, random FIDE master. It was weird. I like looked at Brian, he looked at me, and it was just like, why is this guy offering him a draw? You know. Anyway, all right, off the topic story. Oh, I wanted to mention that it's very trendy nowadays in these types of variations. Many variations in this kind of line where the queen goes to f3 or d3 and to g3. Well, when the black queen is on c7, white oftentimes plays a queen exchange, or tries to play a queen exchange with queen g3. Oftentimes that exchange is favorable for white. So, Gucci Pigeon, please remember to send me that game. We got plenty of time, though. If anybody wants to like move their games up faster, earlier, you can upgrade to an earlier game for a small fee. All right, but anyway, let me get my mic back to away from the computer's fan. Sorry about that. It doesn't matter when I'm not streaming, so I just leave it like wherever, and then I start streaming and I realize, oh shit, why am I not synced in my own study now? All right, so bishop e3. Yeah, why does this move? Why I don't understand really why this move doesn't have a very good score. Knight f6. Yeah, that's what it is. Knight f6. Queen d2. Yeah, I'm still not sure. This move has a very good score. I don't know this line at all. Wow. Okay, so knight f6. Honestly, Mr. Coffee, this is the most direct move. Putting pressure on the center, it's very fundamental. And I think we talked about this in another game you submitted. That bishop, that setup isn't so great for white. So objectively, I think after knight f6, queen d2, maybe Beliavsky f4 idea that looks like it's been played occasionally. But I don't think it's serious. I think this is the only move that's really serious here. Anyway, queen c7 is fine. Now white plays queen d2 usually, and then we see knight f6. Okay, so this is like main line. All right, you're right. You're actually right. Queen c7 is main line. And now white's supposed to play queen d2. But he bails, so bishop e2. Now this can transpose. This might transpose back. You have to go in 30 minutes. Is there time for the game? Yes. For you, always. Now, usually white plays bishop e2 first. not bishop e3, and maybe bishop e3 later. And his attention is to castle king side. So if you play knight f6, castles, bishop e4, knight a4, that's the main line, right? There apparently is a move b5. I think that looks kind of risky. So let's go with knight f6, and now castles. And now Portish used to play this, and also Rip Farog Ivan, another grandmaster who I had a lot of games with. This is like main line. But Portish, in my mind, was the most famous strong player to play this on a regular basis. So bishop b4 is the idea, and then white goes out here, and the trap is that if you take this pawn, knight takes c6, there's a weakness at b6 square. So now queen takes c6, knight b6, rook b8, queen d4, pretty much attacking everything. Bishop f8, bishop f3, f5. And needless to say, regardless of material count in this position, black's not well coordinated, and white has like very strong compensation for the sacrificed pawn. So black shouldn't grab that pawn. After knight a4, we normally develop our pieces. So I guess castles, most common, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and this is what Ivan used to play. Knight b6, rook b8, knight takes c8, and you give up your light square bishop on c8. This is the point. So it's kind of like a long-term concession for black. Rook f takes c8, bishop takes a6, rook f8. Now the e4 pawn is hanging, but white's not well coordinated. Bishop d3, bishop d6, and now h2 is hanging and b2 is hanging. And I guess effectively black gets his pawn back. f4, e5, f5, rook takes b2. There's just an example of how play might continue in one of the main lines here. But black will play a position where he has white in a situation where the light square bishop isn't very active. So black is probably okay. Alright, anyway, so castles, bishop b4 is the main line. I think it's probably the best move. By playing bishop e7, Mr. Coffee, you're effectively like transposing to the Scheveningen. This is really, I think, the only problem with your move is that you're going to have to play d6 coming up after bishop e7. And I don't know if you're prepared to play the Scheveningen. So if he plays f4 here, you really, I don't know. I mean, theoretically, chess master Murray Turnbull from Harvard Square used to play the Taimanov too. I used to sit next to him and watch him. He would have games where occasionally he might allow this, Like e5 is not so bad because you can go back to e8 and then pop this bubble on e5. But I think eventually black's going to have to. He can't just wait forever. You're going to eventually have to play d6. There's a game Karpov with black, actually, Balashov-Karpov. And we transposed the Scheveningen. Did Karpov play a different move there? A non-Karpov 2004. Wow. Black tried some weird moves here. You could try to get around playing d6. Strapunski played d5. He won against Becerra. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like a good French for white, probably. After e5. Interesting. But anyway, Mr. Coffee, you get the point. I think you should play bishop b4. It's main line and solid. Alternatively, you can play b5, it looks like. And this is definitely sharper. But my recommendation would be, like, you don't transpose, you don't play the Taimanov so you can transpose back into the Scheveningen. Although Scheveningen is okay, it's a little bit on the passive side. So now h3, a really lame move by white. His name is Arsenal Fan. He specializes in h3 randomly. in open Sicilians with white. Ironically, that's the move that Arsenal played against me in a similar structure last week. Now, can we take advantage of this somehow? I would say, it's almost as if, white is hoping that black plays d5 and plays an IQP or something like that. But I think instead of that, this is, really waving a red flag, and, in my mind, h3 is, daring you to play b5. I'd be like, dude, I'm daring you to play b5. I'll bet you anything, he's a fan of Basmania, h3 followed by a3. If b5, a3, 100%. 100%. Because what's he going to do? We're coming for your e-pawn. f3 is not good. So by default, white will always play a3 to try to slow down b4. Now, I think b5 is probably a good move. If your opponent plays a slow move, you should, go with the flow and be willing to be a little more aggressive. And what was that, Mr. Slow? Gucci Pigeon resubscribed. DP, what is that? DDP. Oh, it's not like DPD, the package delivery. I thought we had a package delivery. Package delivery. DDP chess. Yeah, I told you. I freaking told you. Maybe I subconsciously looked at the moves. I really didn't. I knew this was going to happen. b5 is a good move by Mr. Coffee. I had this offhand game yesterday where somebody sacked a piece on b5 against me, and then my phone froze, and I didn't get to win. Piece for 2 pawns. There's a hype train in the making. 5 gift subs. Arsenal fan, thank you, Mr. Coffee. 5 gift subs to ST Brown, who I haven't seen in a long time. Stanford Math was here last week. Apprend Chess, Holog host, who was playing in the Sima last week and learning chess. Arsenal fan, Rook B8 type of ideas can be played at times. It's always tricky to know when to do that. I like being aggressive here. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, right, your rook might be better on c8. With the queen on c7, we don't have rook sacks, exchange sack, yet. But we could later, rook c8, queen b8. But Mr. Slow just donated 5 gift subs. Is anybody sending me new games? Mr. Slow, please send me the game you'd like to analyze. And Gucci Pigeon, please send me the game you'd like to analyze. I just accidentally left our intended game here. Hello? Hello? Our current game. Anyway, I like bishop b7. It's not necessary, but it's very logical. You can always, bail and play Arsenal's rook b8. Okay. Usually it's a little later, and I'm still not synced. Okay. Castles is obviously fully playable. Bishop b7 is logical. Now, a very strange move by white. Knight f3. Normally, in these type of Skavadingens, if the knight goes somewhere, it will go to b3 because it has less effective, it's not as effectively getting in the way on b3. On f3, it gets in the way of the bishop, the queen, and the f-pawn. So there are times when you play knight on d4 back to f3, but normally when you've played f4 already. So this move loses time and interferes with his own pieces. The only upside of knight f3 is that you can see, there's some pressure on the open file, half open file, but it's really negligible. So knight f3 is basically a very bad move by white. Although h3 isn't great, knight f3 is definitely not good. And he's wasting a lot of time here. Knight f3. Now, Mr. Coffee, I like the fact that we haven't decided what to do here with the d-pawn, because you could play d5 in one move. It looks like it kind of has to be played. Yeah. I essentially don't completely disagree with Arsenal fan. I don't think it has to be played. I mean, if White wants to do nothing in this position, he could play, I guess, like rook e1 or something like that. If he really, really, really wants to do nothing, maybe he can play rook e1. I don't know. I don't love it, though. You know, I mean, it looks like we're very active. Pressure on e4. This knight's coming in here. Yeah. I mean, I agree. f4 is the normal idea, Arsenal fan. So he plays knight f3. Terrible move. Castles. And then he realizes, hey, my queen doesn't have a lot of squares. And what's his issue with queen e2? I mean, this is kind of the natural move. I think queen d3 also needs to be considered. Obviously, the queen is more exposed here on the Arsenal fan type of ideas like that. But this is pretty ugly. Of course, already White's position is ugly. You know, it allows for rook d1, but the queen side is pretty bad. You know, you've got no rook, a queen hemmed in on c1, and your knight is tied down on the c file. Thanks, Mr. Slow. May I announce the departure of our friend S.T. Brown? Oof. He just got a gift sub. Oh man. He just got a gift sub too. It's crazy. The last game he played with me in the simul was good. He had mate and got a draw. Yeah. Wow. He was part of your OTB club. Wow. That's really sad. I mean, I didn't know him too well. 68. Jeez. Yeah, I remember the game. He played a great game in that last game. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Credible. 68 is just way too young. My dad passed away at 69. You just don't expect to lose people at that age. No, sorry. Again, I didn't know him other than just brief chats here on the stream, some games. Maybe Ars interacted with them as well. The British contingent of Slaji Khan. You guys are from the same country, obviously. So queen c1 is a really bad move, but understandable. What about this e4 pawn, Mr. Coffee? You got to start considering ways of putting pressure on that pawn. I mean, it seems like an odd moment for you to play d6 to me. It's certainly a good move. But the question is, okay, no, it's logical. If you play knight a5, he can push the pawn. You know, I just don't know if that pawn's very secure. You know, ultimately, I'm liking black. This is a very good Kraken, essentially. You've got a freaking good Kraken, Mr. Coffee, for a Sicilian. You gotta head out for a college interview. Alright, see you later. Send me the game. I got Mr. Slowhand's game. I got Mr. Slow. I didn't get anything from Gucci Pigeon yet. It's possible It's possible that he psychically transferred it to me. I just don't remember. Alright. Copy PGN. No. Chapter PGN. Copy, copy, copy. Show in folder. Boop. Richter. Gideon Richter. Gideon Richter. I'm losing my mind. Gideon Richter. What the heck? That's the pharmaceutical company here, and actually it's Hungarian. I'm losing my mind. We played it. There's some connection with the pharmaceutical company and my team. One of my teams. Anyway, Gideon Richter. Not the same as Kurt Richter. No, this is a different person. I know that, Mr. But I got the Hungarian one in my mind. Alright, pharmaceuticals, not chess. Open with Notepad. And this is Berlin Championship. Court. Copy. Alright. And, oh no. What the hell's going on around here? We're in study. My studies. Dude. Add new chapter. Saji is streaming. Wow, it even says that now in the study. That's a new feature. Did this do this before? It never did this before. It never showed Saji is streaming when I'm in like a study. Feature add. And I'm really sorry about Mr. Brown. It's a short life, guys. We gotta do the best we can and make it, make it good. Life is short. So, Mr. So, thank you for your gift subs. We got your game. I'm waiting for Gucci Pigeon game, and we're gonna continue here with Mr. Coffee. So the dude has D6 on the board. Yeah, I would say you don't have to play D6, but let's put it this way, Mr. Coffee. Put some pressure on E5. You can play a lot of moves here. There's a huge advantage in not necessarily playing D6 or D5. Keeping the flexibility. Rook C8, Bishop F4. Then you play D6. Or even E5, depending on the circumstances. I think you could wait. Something to be said for that. Another idea, although it's very radical, is knight E5 probably doesn't work. Knight E5, Queen E5, and then F4. But I mean, honestly, even this is totally okay for black. I mean, what's the worst thing he can do to you? E5, you're still fine here. I mean, he's wasted so much time. He has no threats, basically. Alright, D6, Bishop D3. Yeah, white is just moving around the pieces, Oh, my screen is on the wrong window now. I got two windows. So, yeah, white is basically what we call Odaviso Húzogat, which means in Hungarian, moving the pieces back and forth. This is all he's doing. He has no strategic plan. He's literally just shuffling the pieces around, what we call a wood pusher in the old days. Before my time, actually. A wood shuffler. So knight e5, heading for e. This all looks good. Again, You might want to play rook d8 since, Grandmaster Geller is not going to skewer you on the diagonal with queen g1 like he did against Reshevsky. He's not quite developed enough to do that. That's a bit unfair. White's not done anything wrong. He's not done anything wrong. Dude, I think we'd have to take you up on that, Arsenal. I think he's done a lot wrong. It's really a definition of how much wrong he's done. Arsenal likes being devil's advocate. He's done a lot wrong. But it's, compared to like dropping pieces or something, nothing of that magnitude. I try to be as unfair as possible. Look, Arsenal, it's all open to, it's all relative, how you define what's really a mistake or not. Knight a5, queen e2, Arsenal is relative. Knight c4, and this is good. This is good. And now he's trying to keep his bishop pair. Looks like a Spanish. Knight takes a3 isn't on. So if it's a Spanish, yeah, I don't know. I'm like almost drawn to playing e5 here. I have to say, like this is a move I wouldn't have considered years ago. But the more I played the Kraken and the Spanish, the more I'm kind of thinking about this move. The more I'm playing the Najdorf, the Kraken, and some Spanishes. Mr. Coffee's move is good too. Rook e8 is good. I was going to say even h6 should be considered as a prophylaxis. But I honestly think like rook e8 is probably decent. Very good move. Now rook e1 and now queen c5. No comment. I mean, I'm a specialist in Skavningen. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I always do. Aronian. But, Arsenal, you can play d5, of course, but that doesn't make it good. I think the question is, first of all, is White threatening anything? White is kind of paralyzed here. So before I make a decisive break with e5 or d5, I want to improve my position. If I can improve the position and my opponent can't, here's an idea, guys. Radical. Another move we didn't consider was knight takes a3. Probably bad, but we have to make sure, right? Knight takes a3. Rook takes a3. b4. When there's a lot of moves. I mean, even this needs to be considered. Knight b5 needs to be considered. So I don't know. Rook b3 is best, and the position is tiny bit better for White. Okay. Mr. Coffee analyzed all that, for sure. I agree with Arsenal fan. You can play d5, Of course you can play d5. I don't really want to play d5 when White can play e5. And with rook e8, you could play e5 and then d5, kind of like a Najdorf. It is a Najdorf, basically, now. But I think like keeping the flexibility is good. This guy really has no plan. Rook e1, but this move is very artificial, Mr. Coffee. Queen c5. What the heck are you doing? Mr. Coffee's kind of new to the Sicilian. No, bishop f4 to the pawn is guarding the pawn. Now White has got to play some prophylaxis to play bishop f4, like rook a2. Why is queen c5? This is exposing your queen slightly. It's not a terrible move, but I wouldn't make it my first choice. Another possibility is knight d7. I really, I know that looks passive, but given the situation, there's a classic kind of fianchetto pressure here. White's going to do nothing, and we can literally play bishop f6 and just like have two bishops on the long diagonals. Knight d7 is probably one of the engine's number one moves. It also like overprotects the e5 square. I would say, White's in an awkward situation. In order to protect his pawn, he has to start considering stuff like, really, I know this takes pressure off e4, like knight d1. He might have to play something like knight d1 so that he can play bishop f4 or whatever, just for the sake of developing his pieces. Definitely. This might be his best move, because he's played very passively. I think Mr. Coffee Queen c5 it's rather artificial, and I don't know exactly what it does. Do you have a threat? You're placing a queen in a more exposed square. I mean, you're going to swing over to the king's side? And does that really make sense here? I mean, your queen's in a safe position. I think you should also consider queen b8. Obviously, you should consider queen b6, which might, I mean, I'm looking at queen b8, queen a8, long diagonal, but mostly we create tactical possibilities with the rook open here. Queen in front of rook on exposed square c5 is a bit odd. Okay, bishop takes c4, he caves, takes, and now you're simply better in the ending with two bishops, pressure on the c-file. He's losing his e-pawn. Like most people, for no particular reason, he just caved. He's a caveman. Why did he cave? Because he could. Because he was bored of trying to think of moves. There's no reason to make this exchange in this moment, and he does it anyway. Bishop takes c4, queen c4, queen c4, rook c4, and knight d2. He holds on to his pawn. But he's got a bad position. So rook c7 looks best. And then white played another move because he could. Why did he cross the road? He played e5. That pawn's been under a lot of pressure, so he's tired of defending it. Alright. I think you've got two bishops. Open position. He's undeveloped. The D and C files look good. You have tactics now. This also opens your bishop on e7. Boom. You play knight there. Why? Inquiring minds want to know. Why the heck did you play knight d7? If you take, his rook is like, I would say, exposed on e5. It's not particularly well placed. I would say absolutely you should take. You should consider other moves, but at the end of the day, you could play knight d7 if you want to. Something like simple, rook d8. I mean, he's facing a lot of pressure here. You should absolutely take on e5. This is kind of passive in a way. Okay, I get it. Like you're trying to break through here. But at the end of the day, I think it's a problem. He's in a bad situation, man. That knight is like, it's like a Chigorin or whatever, where you're like tied down to the pawn on c2. And it's giving you a lot of tactical possibilities. We talked about like bishop takes a3. If you take here, he takes. We have this stuff, bishop takes a3 stuff. We have b4 type of stuff. And we have other stuff, I feel like George Carlin, where we're just piling stuff up along the c-file until something pops, So both you and your opponent making kind of, I think, overt mistakes. You're not in any danger, by the way, but after this, boom, well, he doesn't have to make that exchange, but whatever. He does that. Why does he do that? Why are you doing that? Why is he doing that? Why doesn't he just make the normal move here? Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, c3, and grovel for a draw. Anybody knows you trade on d5 and you grovel for a draw. at least he gets to play c3 and like take away that backwardness along the c-file. Of course he should do this. He's still clearly worse, but he has some chances to hold on. But for some reason he decides, okay, I don't want to be unpinned along the c-file. I still want to be pinned along the c-file. Okay. Alright. Maybe he'll resolve it. So he does. Here, here. Oh my god. Knight c3. He's like, no, god damn it, I want to be pinned along the c-file to my c-pawn. I insist upon being unpleasantly pinned along the c-file. No, I'm not going to remove that unpleasant pin there. You know, obviously, like, you've got to consider bishop c6, but I think it's illogical. This is better. You want to keep that open. Bishop f4. Arsenal suggested this move. No, of course you like bishop e7. It's better. You got to keep the file open. I think this is the whole point, you know. Now rook c4. And now bishop d2. And now I don't know where to put your rook. But what you need to do is squeeze in with everything you got here. Queen side, king side, 2 bishops, centralize your king. You're going to need to get everything and everything burger. One trick would be to mobilize your king side majority with f6 and e5, but I don't know how we're going to do it. What I really want to do is play f6, king, f7, and start to get my king in the center. And screw it, man. I mean, you can start playing like g5, h5. This is a typical kind of position where you have 2 bishops and you can do like principle of 2 weaknesses. You got minority attack on the queen side, plus you can actually begin a second front on the king side. With these 2 bishops is a perfect situation for this. G5, yeah. Like maybe you can creep up even. G5, h5. Maybe you don't need f6 necessarily. Put your king on g6 and start to creep up. So play both sides. Rook d8. I think the one thing you don't want to do here, Mr. Coffee, is like wholesale exchanges. You know, if you trade all the rooks off and let this guy sort of consolidate, he might be able to hang on. He's going to try to pull out the vacuum cleaner if you're not careful. Rook cd4. Losing our pressure on c2. And exactly what happened, you know. Rook takes rook. Rook takes rook. Fear of losing. Now you're better, but this doesn't help you. You know, you really don't want to see all the rooks leave. Now you're obligated. You're practically obligated to trade off all the rooks. It was a mistake, you know. This is what white wants in this position. It's not a draw. I mean, black is better, dude. I would torture Magnus in this position slightly, you know. I mean, no. I mean, there's no way a grandmaster is giving another player a draw in this position. You have 2 bishops and imbalanced pawn structure. I can create a passer on the king side. Black's still better, but you shouldn't have allowed this exchange of rooks. And f5 is a little committal. I would prefer maybe a different move. There's a trick that you miss. What? Bishop e4? His knight is trapped. Trick. Yeah. I didn't see it either. You win a pawn. Wow. Well, that would have justified the whole thing. I saw it, but I didn't realize his knight is trapped after c3. c4 is still fine for white. Well, c4 loses a pawn. It's not fine for white. He's down a pawn in an ending. And black has the 2 bishops. White is lost in this position. It's too much, man. It's not a lot of material left on the board. I mean, being down a pawn and 2 bishops is lost for white here. This is definitely lost. I mean, unless you can get your king there and win that pawn by force, I say that white is lost here. You know, there are certain situations white could draw the game somehow, but I would say objectively it's lost. It's like minus 2.5, according to the engine, should be lost. I'm not saying it's easy, but it should be lost. F5, committal, king F7 is good, E5 is good, you got your king side pawn majority rolling, king E2 is good, king E6 is good, and now white doesn't know what to do. You know, he can't really mobilize his majority as easily. G3, bishop F6. Yeah, I mean, this is a tense endgame. I mean, black has excellent winning chances, but I'm not going to say it's winning necessarily. That would be going too far. Maybe it is a draw, like Magnus versus Stockfish or something. But either way, they would be like torturing the other. I'm going to win this position against a lot of opponents who are under 2300. I don't know what white should do here. But it's possible, you know, like already B3 was a mistake. Yeah, H6, okay, I don't get it. What we're doing with H6 exactly. You could even play G5 if you want to. So H6 is kind of like a pass. But we need to systematically improve. One interesting move is bishop F1. And there's some chance the bishop gets trapped after king E1. And here. Although I don't really see how exactly it gets trapped. The other thing is, like, I want to bring your king up to D5. So that would be my default move, Mr. Coffee. Yeah, G5 is definitely the idea of F4. With that, like, you know, in some moment we might be able to, you know, kind of target that pawn on F3, fix the pawn on F3. Now this is a problem. This is the first serious problem I've seen. There's this square. And white is actually threatening knight C5 check. And that may well be a draw, you know, at this point. And that's why Mr. Coffee took, presumably, because his opponent was threatening to play knight to C5 check. But the position is actually not that simple, you know. Let me just like run something by you guys. What would happen if Mr. Coffee played G5, for example? Let's take a look at G5. Oh, I hung a pawn. Check. King D5. Oops, I hung a pawn. Bishop F1. Now what's happening here? Did you hang a pawn? You know, I'm not so sure, because it looks like the H-pawn's hanging. You've got H4, and then this sort of F4, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It looks like black's actually winning a pawn, doesn't it? Yeah, there's a sort of knight C7 check, king C6. But it's still, it looks like white's losing back a pawn on the king side. So even there, I'm not saying like black's winning, but we definitely have chances, even after dropping A6, because these pawns, like, notice the effect here. You know, effectively bishop F1, king D5, knight takes A6, bishop F1. these pawns are totally immobilized by one single pawn. The pawn on b5 is actually holding up white's entire queenside 3-pawn structure. So he's effectively unable to make a passed pawn, even though he's like 3-1 on the queenside. So black is still significantly better, even after losing the pawn on a6. But I think, Mr. Coffey, the point of the position is like, this is a very, very big, major concession. Rip bishop pair. So and now we don't have a bishop pair. What do we have? We have a little more space, and dude's pawns on a3, especially the pawn on a3, is fixated on a dark square. So as we know, like that pawn, if your bishop were to get in there and pick that off, you know, well, now we have chances to win. But in general, I don't want to do this. So king takes, king d5, and now he has to be careful. I mean, I don't know. I also don't like that you fixed your own pawn. You know, you fixed your own pawns on h6 and g7. You're better here, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of whether it's enough to win. It might be, though. That a pawn might actually do him in, because he can't stop you from playing e4, which is going to drive back his king even further. So the thing is, you're going to have a pass pawn, and you're going to be able to get in there and do this. I have a crazy suggestion. Arsenal's right about like g4 ideas, but is it interesting to sort of consider the possibility of pawn takes here? Sort of artificially improving our control of the white squares? I mean, would pawn takes possibly allow white, you know, better chances to hang on? And another thing, like even if I could hypothetically play like bishop b2, what would happen after king c2, bishop takes a3, king b3? I mean, the bishop would be trapped on a3. So I'm not certain like black can even ever win that pawn on a3. If his king is going to be just like pushed back after e4 check, he should have taken with the pawn here, probably. And I would say there's still chances for white to hang on. This is much more useful. What the heck does his pawn on c3 do? He ends up playing c3 with another pawn on the dark squares. Yeah, I think this is the right idea. Now, you know, half of his pawns are on white squares at least. The other one, like Arsenal said, can go to g4. And it's hard for us to win that pawn on a3. This may not be winning for black. Computer says, it's very interesting, the computer says plus 1.7. You know, I don't know if that's a win or a draw, honestly. But after king takes, let's see the evaluation. Yeah, it's lost. This is actually, ironically, this is the losing move, for sure. Maybe he can put up resistance after c takes. This is why it's important not to be dogmatic. You know, he's like, oh no, that would give me an isolated pawn. But it's more important the placement of the pawns, not their structure necessarily. I mean, this is important that he gets a pawn on a white square that controls the e4 and c4 squares. He has chances to hang on here. After this, yeah, king d5, and then you're playing e4, and then your bishop can threaten to penetrate there to b2. Plus you have the passed pawn, plus you have a very strong king. I think c3 is probably a mistake, although it's hard to suggest what he should do. Like Arsenal said, probably g4 is the best, because black can't play g6. Maybe white can play h5. That's illegal. If he cheats and plays h5, white might be okay. And no illegal moves, please. So c3 is not great. Check. And now you're threatening to penetrate. Yeah, you see, this is the problem with c3. When you play c3, you lose control of b3. That means if I get in here, it's even worse, because I'm going to get in there. And then you're definitely going to lose your a pawn. So c3 is not going to help the situation. White should play g4. You know, general advice, put the pawns on the opposite color of the bishop and hope for the best. You know? Now we're getting into c4. And that's a bad scene. I think it's over. Although there may be some complications. You have bishop d4, bishop f6 here. That's what happened. This is super important because, you know, if he plays king e3 after bishop d4, let's say g6, if he plays king e3, now you have to retreat back to king d5, which is pretty annoying, you know. So Mr. Coffee has to calculate this. He plays bishop f6. I'm a little bit concerned. There's a chance this might not work. Take. The one thing I want to check is like take. It's too slow. Yeah. Is it too slow? Take king e3. Let's just make sure. Take king e3. King c3, king e4. King b3. King f5. King a3. King f6. King b4, g4, a5, h4, a4, g5, a3, g6, a7, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah. We both queen. You like how I analyze that? That's how real professionals do it. You're like blah blah blah. Take. So it's winning for black. King c3, king e4, king b2, king f5. What did I miss? King c3, king e4, king b3, king c3, king e4, king b3, g4, king a3, king f5, king b4. What am I missing? What am I missing? King b4. Why is the king on f3? What the heck is that? What do you mean? King a3, king f3, king f5, king b4, king f6, a5. I miscounted this. h4, a4, g5, a3, g6, a2. It's check if I go to f6. Oh geez. Oh man. So that's it. I missed it was check. Oof. Alright, so Mr. Coffee's winning. His king on f6 is in check when you play a1. You promote with check. Mr. Coffee, I don't know. You have to be careful when you play bishop f6 to make sure you calculated this. So the other variation is king e3, which happened. But here's another variation you can calculate. What we need is Zugzwang. Takes, king d5, white to move. If h4, h5, and if g4, g5. So that was winning. Mr. Coffee probably in time pressure by this point. I guess, you know. So luckily this is good enough. King d5 is still working. Again, you know, you're saved by the queen side, the immobilized queen side. So after bishop f6, pawn f6, g4, king e5, the problem is that white's pawns on the queen side can't do shit. He's not down a pawn, but he's in Zugzwang, effectively. So he's lost. Because you have too much space and his queenside pawns are immobilized. Now it's very clear. Alright, long analysis, guys. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Mr. Sohan sent me chapter 3. I hope that's the one I put in there. Schumacher. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Coffee, not a bad game, but you made a lot of inaccuracies, and at the end of the day, you were kind of lucky to win because he probably missed some chance to survive. All right, but not a bad game. Acerbate's hiding from you, probably. Turn on silent mode. Bob, can you please turn on silent mode? Alright, no. Here's Schumacher. Schumacher. It's not as bad as Bob coming on a simul stream, I would prefer if Bob would come during one of our like Blitz and Rapid streams or the tournament stream. Simul stream is disaster, but analysis stream is also like, I'm really all business here and I don't really chat much, because I have to get through the games and I love analyzing, so I'm just ignoring everybody. As far as non-analysis comments, I'm just kind of like doing my job. This is Schumacher's game where he's playing white, and I thought, well, that's a nice way to put it, pariah. That's one word for it. Alright, d4, d6, c4, knight d7. I've been playing some types of Old Indians against Schumacher, even though I don't really know the Old Indian that well. So we get one here after knight c3, e5, knight f3. And now, I mean, traditionally black would play knight f6 here. You can obviously play Simon Williams, like recommended the Old Indian at one point. I mean, okay, dude, it's like you can play that against anything. It's better than a Stafford Gambit. I'll take Simon Williams over Eric Rosen any day, man. And I'm not thinking like Bob. I know Bob likes his body. But seriously. And the body hair. No, we're not going to joke around. This is a serious stream. I'm talking about Simon Williams as a chess coach versus like Eric Rosen. Simon's ideas are a little wacky, but there's a lot more creativity and depth to his game. All right, so black plays c6, and that's just a standard move, but it's played rather early in this case. White now plays e4. The only real alternative to e4 is... What are you talking about? We're gonna start the Yeah, I don't know about that stuff, Bob. I'm talking about chess. There's a lot of scumbags in chess who are scammers of various types, but I'm just speaking from a chess level. He might be, a criminal. That's aside from the point. He was on Epstein's, island, I think, with, some kind of late night comedians. All right. Bob was there too, if I recall. No, you're getting me distracted. So there's another way to play. You can play g3. This is a viable alternative to the classical approach. e4, bishop e7. I better not talk about Epstein's private island or Bijak. Arsenal is going to start getting excited. If you want to trigger Arsenal, start talking about cannibals, and I'm going to get in trouble. I'm just going to stop now. But anyway, just no triggering, Bob. Seriously, a little bit of a break to joke around, but now I'm back. I'm back on business. All right, business hours. So now you play d5, but why? Why do we have to play d5? Look at the opening master database. Check this out. Now we go to lichess database. Let's check it out. Check it out, Wendy. Sparkle Horse database, bishop e2. All right, lichess database. There are 24,000 games, and white played d5 in about 5% of those games. Approximately 5%. Fundamentals of chess strategy. When you have more space, we want to keep the opponent cramped. d5 is okay in that respect, but I think we also want to keep the tension, because the side with less space has less options. And so when there's a situation where there's tension, oftentimes they're the first to blink because they literally don't have as many moves as the other side. So I think in this kind of situation, that's why bishop e2 is better. You want black to crack and like give up his center at some point, and you're not giving him the chance to do that. You're playing d5 right away. Again, it's not a bad move, but I think that, you know, you're not giving him that chance to give up the center. There's no reason why you have to play this move, essentially. So it's not optimal. Now black goes into Simon Williams mode with knight f8. Alright. I don't remember if I was on Jeffrey's Island. I was too drunk back in those days. I just remember playing pool with Grishuk. But I don't know if that was a dream or... So many times I've been so wasted I don't remember like where I was or what I was doing, you know. It's like the last time I was in Russia. I'm literally like so wasted that I don't even remember anything other than playing pool with Grishuk. H3. This is like an obsession, bro. But H3 is probably not a bad move here. It's not a bad move. It controls the G4 square, and we want to make sure black doesn't get any exchanges. Yeah, true. Black can play bishop G4. H3 is a good move. Then he goes F5. Holy shit, bro. No, the dream. The dream. I had the crazy dream. Did you listen to my whole story about the dream? Chess with Karyakin morphed into Nepo and a police chase. I didn't, you know, I think it was like he's a wanted man. I don't remember there being actual police in the dream necessarily, but the point was kind of like, yeah, I mean, he's being hunted by the authorities, so more or less a police chase. I didn't literally remember a police car like in my dream, but Nepo was like driving like crazy, and then we got out of the car, and then we hid, and then we like avoided getting caught. Bob's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? All right, you missed my dream. I had this insanely detailed dream like 3 nights ago where I was playing Karyakin, and he turned into Nepomniachtchi like halfway into the dream, and then he's like wanted, and like we're in a chase, and then I helped him. We're in the middle of a game, actually. It's a long story, but anyway, you can watch the vlog or the old video from Monday or whatever. All right. Anyway, F5 is a terrible move, by the way, in a situation where it's a King's Indian type of structure, and you're in danger of losing E4. So e takes F5 is good. Good, as Asterbate says. Bishop takes F5, bishop D3, fighting for control of E4 plus white square. Do I know those guys in real life? No, you know. I don't really like, it's interesting because I don't really like Karyakin, obviously, you know, from the political standpoint, and I'm neutral toward Nepomniachtchi. So it's interesting how it, like, he started out as Karyakin and turned into Nepomniachtchi, who I like kind of like better. And it's also interesting because, you know, the Karyakin and Nepomniachtchi both played Magnus in World Championship matches, but Karyakin was first and Nepomniachtchi came later. So it's possible that's connected to it too. But it's just kind of weird, you know. All right. the dream was supposed to be in Russia. And that's the significance, but all right. Queen d7, c5. Why? This is a fast game. This is a fast game. I don't remember if it was Monday, Bijak. Was it Monday that I said this, or was it like Wednesday? My question is, like, it's early though for c5. Like Botvinnik would be like, I just think that you have a little bit of the OCD. And you need to set yourself free from certain fixations. Like, you can't castle kingside. Like, you don't castle kingside. You have something against castling kingside. I don't know what it is. You'll do it if you have to, but it's like, it's almost like you have to twist your arm to castle kingside. There's no way this guy's sacking a bishop on h3 here. He's just resigning. I would castle kingside here by default. And I think you have other good moves. Queen e2. I'll be damned if this isn't a good move. You could say, well, it wastes the tempo. He'll just exchange or whatever. But no, you're getting e4. I think queen e2 is a good waiting move. If you insist on a waiting move, queen e2, and I know you like bishop d2, but I would say castles kingside. Now, you could argue and say, well, I was afraid he would lock the position up or something like that. But, I mean, dude, this is huge for white. You have a huge advantage here in a check Benoni. So I think c5 feels early. But it's an interesting move, certainly very creative. And, while the computer might say it's a mistake, I mean, black's not a computer. So I just feel it's a little too ambitious. You have such a good position. You need to understand the magnitude of your advantage, essentially. I mean, what do you guys want to guess? What do you want to guess? Prior to c5, how big is white's advantage in this position? Please, no cheating. But I just want to play like the Price is Right. It's got to be north of 1.5. Definitely. So I think Arsenal isn't out of... Yeah, Arsenal's not out of reasonable range there. Something like 1.8, like Senseg said. Let's see. I would say like what Senseg's saying, something just south of 2. Wow. Wow. I mean, it's even north of 2.5. I mean, as we know, like Stockfish is always kind of like exaggerating. But you understand my point is you're like creating chaos in a situation where you're basically already winning. And I think that's because you maybe don't realize how winning your position is. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe like you think that c5 is necessary, or it's the best move, and it could possibly be, but you're not completed in development here. Principally I wouldn't do this. Okay, I'm a little biased because there's that dubious there, and it biased my analysis. So, but I wouldn't have played the move for sure. Bishop takes d3, queen d3. Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to the time I lost to Victor Erdos 5 years ago. I had all my pieces on the back rank, and I was like thinking I might be able to hang on. There goes the e4 square. So white is... I think the risk here is that the whole center could blow up. The whole center blows up, and he might survive, essentially. You don't have that big of a lead in development. What you do have is like good bishop and control of e4 and a lot of space. But I mean, if all the center pawns get exchanged, you might find like your advantage evaporating. Good evening, nice to meet you, Voran. So now you played c takes d6. chopping away at the center. See, the problem is, like, you've destroyed his center, but he's destroying yours. You know what I mean? That's what I'm afraid of. Everything's going to just evaporate. And there's going to be no center, and the position's going to be, well, kind of maybe equal, essentially. So you undermined his center, but you let yours get undermined at the same time. Bishop takes d6, castles, and then black castle queenside. Now, okay. I wasn't really planning on black castling kingside. So I think black needs to think about this very carefully. e4 can be mapped by rook e1, among other things. So you think, what is already bad? Bishop takes d6 is already bad? Aha. Oh, so he's supposed to play queen takes d6. Well, it doesn't look a lot better, but I guess that's the point. This is under attack now. Okay. Okay. So, alright, I was talking about undermining your center, and that's more to the point. Alright. So the point is queen takes is better because he triple attacks d5. Now we're getting somewhere. And your queen is unprotected. So you're essentially, like, losing your d-pawn after queen takes d6. So your best is, like, what? Queen knight e4 or something? Knight e4? Knight e4 doesn't work. Damn. Yeah, so this was sloppy. Your CD is bad because of queen takes d6, and you can't properly defend your d5 pawn. But he takes to the bishop, and now he's much worse. But I still don't think I don't like his position after castle queenside. Can he do anything else? e4. You know, I was hoping to play like e4, knight takes d5, and try to survive somehow for black. But I don't think you have to take it. You know, you could also play rook e1, is what I'm saying. Yeah, queen takes d6. Yeah, it's hard to find a good move after that for white. I just want to get my pawn back. I just don't want to lose a pawn, but how do I not lose a pawn here? Okay, I think we can do it. We can move the queen again. So white has to play something like queen e2. Essentially, attacking e5. You're gonna trade one for the other, and then you're probably not worse, but you're not that much better. You had to waste time. But after castles queenside, I mean, black's king doesn't look safe. This is the single most important thing in chess. Single most important principle: king safety, and the second most important thing is control the center. And the third most important thing is what? King safety, control the center, and what? And this is my new theory of chess, is basically presenting it like this. King safety, control the center, and to have fun. Yes, Bob. Go Botez sisters. The third important thing is development, but not just development. This is my point, my newest point in chess strategy. You've got to develop in a coordinated fashion. You can't just develop for the sake of developing. Parker Brothers and Irving Chernev and all these people, you know, have too long focused on develop your pieces. But it's not enough to just develop your pieces. You know, you don't just develop pieces for the sake of developing. You have to develop, and your pieces have to be coordinated. And I think that's like left out from the whole chess principle thing. Castles queenside. Now his king is going to be unsafe. So what we don't want him to do is like block it up. Yeah, I mean, I would want to develop here. Bishop g5 looks good. Bishop e3. Rook d1. But you have to be careful about this c5 closing the position. You know, even though he's worse, like say I go here and he plays c5, even though he's clearly worse, you can't attack his king now. It's going to be a very slow grind. Mr. Slow Grind. Anyway, this looks good, but not sure exactly what our continuation is. Black will take with the queen, should take with the queen, try to hide his king on b8. Now you have check, king b8, or knight d7, I'm not sure. It looks scary, but he has time to evacuate from the c-file, so maybe black can survive somehow. Yeah, I mean, this is insane, honestly. Like, I mean, that's pretty insane from a structural standpoint. Now I'd say black is lost. Definitively, positionally, strategically lost. He has 3 isolated pawns and a bad bishop. And his king is more open. How could you possibly not be lost? 3, like, massive static disadvantages. Queen c4, queen c7. Just like, not even sure what that does. It defends. What does it do? What does queen c7 do? What does that do? Does that do something? It prevents knight b5. Well, that's one way to prevent knight b5. It wastes a massive amount of time. Bishop e3. Are you telling me this guy was 2000? Was he drinking? Rika? Or... He drank like a bottle of Palinka during the game, dude. Did he know where he was? You're like destroying him here. He's old. Well, you'd think like the old player might have flaws tactically, but this guy's getting like busted strategically. Right, no, Rakia, I know. Okay, Rakia. It's Palinka, I know. So h6, he wants to make sure more pawns are on the wrong color. Rook c1, king b8, knight e4, and you're just owning him. Knight e4, queen e4, rook c8, queen a4. That's kind of a weird move, but okay, you're attacking h7. Let's get the other rook in the game. It almost feels like you're taking it easy on him. Okay, queen a4, queen b7. Rook lift, anyone? You played rook c3, but what about your other rook? Bishop, yeah, I love this. Look at that. Home. Home is where the heart is. This is like... Damn. If I played a match with this guy and I could win every single game, I could do like a Fallujah. I could set up a match, and if he's rated 2000, I could still gain like... I could still gain, you know, like a point every game or something. And just keep getting points every time I beat him. Rook b3. Yeah, this is... Although I don't think you necessarily played the most efficient moves, like rook d1, rook c1. There's no way that he can survive. And now you're getting way too fancy. Rook b6 is super fancy. You a little bit have to watch the back rank because of that bishop on b8. You know, if that e4 pawn comes forward and the e5 pawn comes forward, you could still get back ranked here. So this is reckless. Wow, the engine has rook takes b8 check. Wow. Rook takes b8. Eliminating the defender, ironically, is very strong. Alright, rook b6, dubious, missing that move, knight e6, and then rook a6. The direct approach. Please move 24. Oh, move 24. Alright, move 24. White to move on move 24. Yeah, my first instinct is to think about it. If it's a puzzle, we think about it in terms of like themes, So decoy, diversion theme is one theme that could possibly play here. Annihilation of defense. That's what rook takes b8 is about. That's an annihilation of defense theme. Schumacher is from, Serbia, the former Yugoslavia. I studied combinations from the chess informants and Encyclopedia of Middle Games, and what I like about them is that they were categorized according to themes. So this annihilation of defense is one of the major themes. Another one is interference theme. So rook d7 could be like an interference theme type of move, where we would interfere with the lateral defense of a7. Aha! Oh no. Oh no, I see it now. Well, it's more like a decoy. It's like a decoy. This is basically a decoy theme. Rook d8. You can't take it either way, because number one is this is obvious, like it's made on b7, but isn't obvious is you combine it with Arsenal's idea of annihilation of defense on b8, but only after queen takes d8 does this work. So this is the point. Now you do, so it's a combo like decoy and annihilation of defense. Rook takes b8, rook takes b8, and queen takes a7. I only saw it because it was in the study, But ironically, I thought that was like black's move because I'm blind. I thought it said 24 ... rook d8, but it suggested the idea to me, So I saw the move rook d8 in the score, so I didn't really find it necessarily by myself. But anyway, it's amazing, a nice move, really nice move. Yeah, that's the kind of move that should be in the. There's also, let's see, knight g6. Okay, hold on. Well, knight g6, do we have anything better? Do we have anything better here? Than like rook takes b8 doesn't work. Do we have anything better than this? Oh, snap. No, knight g6 is cool because it protects this. You're not, I'm thinking about like 95 all day long. Oh my god. Fallujah-like tactic, queen takes c6 check. Jeez. It's like a Fallujah blitz game tactic. Wow. Yeah, that is awesome. It looks like a composition. That's really sweet. And then rook takes and rook takes mate. Yeah, nice puzzle. So anyway, like you throttled this guy. Bishop e8, but yeah, missing that is obviously forgivable. So you beat him with like routine and awkward. You have a little bit of Arsenal. Arsenal. A little bit of Astrobate style, Mr. Coffee, getting too close and personal with the heavy pieces here. Now he takes c5, crushing though. He's getting all his pieces. Ask Mr. Coffee, how's his slat square? This is black slat square, and this is white slat square. See, this is an illustration of coordination. I think that's where the slat squares really, where they really start to matter. If you make Side squares. You get an indication of coordination. Black is literally confined in a little box. So he has no space. Pieces are overlapping. Beautiful, beautiful. And now what's the final blow? You just take his rook? Yeah. It's not elegant, but it works. This guy's not giving up. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to play any like really beautiful crushing finish here. We had to win rather routinely. And he even exchanged pieces. Ugh. What? What? You did that? I would rather just play rook takes rook. Give him a rook ending. Cutting it a little close, but alright. It's obviously winning. I mean, there's no question. Okay. Alright, guys. I'm going to take a very short break for a minute. We'll be back, finish the rest of the games. I've got Mr. Coffee done. Acerbate's next. Mule Skinner, Sun Prism. And whatever happened to get Gucci Pigeon? Rook ending wasn't a game. He resigned after A5. Oh, he resigned after A5. Okay. All right. I will be right back, guys. Enjoy the timeout. Okay, everybody, we're back. Sorry about that. Very important. It must be one of Bob's multiple personalities. Account created 30 minutes ago. What a coincidence. It shows up exactly when Bob shows up. Alright. Bob has a cult of followers. Right. Your other personalities, like Breivik. Alright, does anybody have to go in a hurry? Like, Mr. Slow, do you have to do your game first, if you're out there? I would go to Asterbait and do them in order. Asterbait, Mule Skinner, Sun Prism, and Kurt Richter. But actually, it's not. Someone report this. Report what? What are we reporting? What are we reporting, Mr. Bob? I mean, Arsenal. Alright. So, game. We'll just go on. Asterbait is black here. Flip the board. Man, I had to lug like a really big bag from the supermarket today. My shoulder is freaking killing me. Oh, Bob, I just saw what you said. You don't like watching commercials about stomach inflammation. Well, tell me what you learned, because tell me what you learned, because I might have stomach inflammation from time to time. Alright, we have e4, c5. This is Asterbait. Oh no, the Bodler. Why do people insist on playing this crap? You know, it drives me crazy. I've even seen some players starting to play it on a higher level. It's just insane. There was a game. Let's see. I had knight f3, knight c6, and then I looked at the database, and people actually do this. If you go to the Masters database, Artemiev, Bakro, Van Forest, Fedoseev. I mean, are you guys serious? Are you really serious? What is that? That can't be a good move for white. I don't understand, man. They're just following the online trends of like the noobs playing the Bodler system. I have no idea, dude, why people do what they do. I mean, like bishop c4, e6, and in my opinion, black is basically equal. You know, so the only quote-unquote advantage of this setup for white is that there's not a lot of analysis on it, really. Alright, but anyway, g6, as we've discussed a lot, isn't really the best move against bishop c4. It justifies bishop c4, but Asterbait, that's his repertoire. Asterbait, I still think you should go outside the standard zone and play e6 when you face specifically bishop c4. If your opponents play knight f3 and you play g6 and then they play bishop c4, so be it. You know, you have to play that position, and it's not that bad for white. Here, white has some chances to get an edge, maybe. But in this move order, I think you should change, you know, we should change our OCD diapers and be willing to go outside the comfort zone. Asterbait's number one problem is that he has to play every move in 3 seconds. And I've told you 100 times, don't want to do that. You want to take your time. Play e6 here, you know. it's a better move than g6. Alright, but anyway, he doesn't listen to me. Later, bitch. Hope you get rich. Alright. Knight f3, bishop g7, d4, and then now white is stuck playing an inaccurate move order in Accelerated Dragon. So Asterbait, bro, look at this. Takes, and I suspect here Asterbait perhaps like recalled something and then forgot the point. You know, this is why it's important to really understand your moves and why you're making them. He played Queen a5 check. I think we had talked about this. And notice that all the players here played c3, and that's not a coincidence. Because we're going to see, if I recall correctly, Eric Schiller with black against Jennifer Lopez. Boop. So there's the game. Rip Eric Schiller. So Issei Goliak, who was a longtime national master, allowed this. And Tatev Abrahamian, who I never met. White is in trouble, Asterbait. Well, it's not really a pterodactyl. I have bad news for you. It's not really a pterodactyl. Technically it's like kind of similar to the pterodactyl. In Hungary we call it there was forgetting the name now. It's a weird Hungarian name. There was a Hungarian master, Bakonyi. Yeah, because there's a Hungarian master in the like 40s who played this stuff, and I guess he influenced like the 50s, 60s, 70s generation of Hungarian players. There was a bunch of Hungarian grandmasters who all played hyper-modern stuff, a lot of accelerated Sicilians and stuff, but it was because of this earlier master, Bakonyi. So they call it the Bakonyi system. When you play like g6, bishop g7, c5, and queen a5, what's called the pterodactyl in the opening explorer. The move is queen c5, bro. And you should have seen it. You know, this is a common idea in Accelerated Dragons. Not exactly sure off the top of my head what's up with that. But I guess white has queen d3 for lack of another move. I suppose this queen will protect both pieces. So therefore queen c5, Mr. Coffee's favorite square, attacks both pieces. And it's bad news, bro. 0-1. It's a funny way to like lose a piece with white, isn't it? Lose a piece in 6 moves with totally natural moves. And Asterbait played queen a5, but he didn't remember why. So c3 is the best move, but it isn't the most aggressive, and the knight is hemmed in on a more passive square. There you see what I'm talking about. Aldo Haig versus Bilek István from 1984. So Bilek was one of the influenced 60s, 70s, 80s era Hungarian players who learned the so-called Bakonyi system. Lesser known grandmaster. Alright, anyway. Asterbait misses queen a5, queen c5, and he plays just normal developing move, threatening knight takes e4. And white can simply castle, which would be a good idea. pretty much obvious, I would say. After castles, suddenly black is nothing special, and there's no more tricks, because the knight is blocking the pressure on d4. So instead, our hero plays e5. Wow. Not happy with simply winning a pawn with check. Acerbates throwing down the doubling cube and going for more. Acerbate, I have a bad feeling about this. Roman used to have this variation in Accelerated Dragon. He knew it didn't work, but he would like play it anyway because people would never find the refutation. And then it's similar to this. I have a sneaking suspicion that maybe we can try Queen F3 or some combination of Queen F3. First possibility is Bishop takes F7 check with the idea of King F7, Queen F3 check. And then we pick up the knight with the queen. Now on Bishop to F7 check, maybe you should take it, but there's also the possibility of, yeah, you have to take it. King D8, I mean, you're just king's messed up. You have to take it, and then on like Queen F3 check, you move away. He takes the knight, you take this, and you trade queens, and you're out with a reasonable position. 2 bishops, and your chicks for free. King D8 hangs main in 1. No. I mean, King D8 hangs main in 1. Oh, shit. Bobby Fischer in the house. King D8 hangs main in 1. Alright, yeah. It's safe to say that's a good point. Alright. Anyway, I didn't think it was good. Nice point. I need another glass of wine. Obviously, that's not enough. Yeah, good point. I wasn't serious about King D8, but I mean, I should see that. Bishop takes a 7 check, King D8. 6 mate. That's very cute, dude. It's Fischer-Reshevsky. Alright. But more importantly, there's the other possibility of Queen F3 directly. Then it looks like King D8 might be a real thing, I guess. That's the kind of situation where we could probably play Queen takes E5, hitting this knight, and if Queen takes a 7, King D8, although it's a circus act, it's possible that black isn't lost here, because he's going to lose a piece back. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's really irrelevant. The point is, Acerbate, you're going too far with knight e4. You're banned. Your move is banned. You're going too far, Acerbate. Dude, this is in your airspace. What's that iron, what is it called? The Israeli air defense thing? Steel Cyclone? Iron Dome. Iron Dome should have shot this down, dude, immediately. I mean, something's not working, The Iron Dome is not working, dude. I mean, that pawn should have been, like, shooting fish in a barrel. That should have been picked up on the radar, like, right away. This is, like, way too fancy, 94. You're asking for trouble with 94. Iron Dome just picks this off, and that's it, man. You're just up a pawn. Alright, 94 castles, and then knight takes c3. And like once again, you might find like this to be an interesting continuation. Pawn takes c3, and then now he takes on e5, ironically. I only take on e5 when it's not check. It's a matter of principle. Acerbate used 1 minute for the whole game. His opponent has used 1 minute and 47 seconds. But seriously, now it's still a good idea, but why didn't you take on e5 when it was check? You didn't see it. Yeah, I mean, you've got the option to take on c3 here. Does that win a piece? Not necessarily, but it might. How does white protect the bishop on c4 and the rook at a1 at the same time? That looks kind of like a tall order. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some weird defense for white, but I guess we sack the rook and we go ultra violent. So something along the lines of queen d3, queen a1, and then bishop h6, and we just go all in. We'll just go all in. I mean, that could get a little scary, you know. I mean, it would be good if you were a computer or something. Queen b2, bishop to hg7, and I don't think your insurance company is going to sign off on this on this variation. All right, queen takes c5 is better. Yeah. And then the guy just like randomly sacks a piece for nothing. The randomly sacrificing piece for nothing variation. Always good. Easy. Giveaway chess. Check, king e8. Ask me, how are you going to maneuver your bishop to c7 to get mate on h2? Still don't see it. You're up a piece, no compensation except for a little mild discomfort. Now he has a real threat. Oh, I knew it. I told you guys. How is he going to do it? He reversed. The reversed astromate. This is very subtle, you know. Attack and defense at the same time. Defending, blocking the threats along the file, defending c7, and then threatening check and winning a pawn. But the best move I've ever seen now by white. What is black threatening? Black is threatening to win a pawn. Yes. He's actually literally threatening to win a whole pawn. Because if it's black to move here, you can play queen takes h2 check, king f1, queen h1 check, king e2. In fact, you might even win 2 pawns with queen takes g2. So black is literally threatening to win 2 pawns and flush the white king out. But Acerbate's opponent played the worst move ever seen in chess, rook e2. So giveaway chess followed by like helpmate, rook e2, queen h2 check, king f1, and queen h1. I'm a kid, that's my job. Alright. Nice game, high quality. Thank you, Acerbate. Alright, Mule Skinner next. Yeah, that was a strong game. The Iron Dome needs a little tuning. The irony of the Iron Dome there, it sort of fired, but it fired late. It still works, but the button was just a little bit sticky on this Iron Dome. It was like a Parsifal buzzer. Maybe a scarf got in the way. James Plaskett joke. He likes to wear a really obnoxious red scarf, and probably when he was on I Wanna Be a Millionaire or whatever, his scarf like got in the way of his buzzer, and he, I don't know. Anyway, all right, Placido Domingo versus Mule Skinner, and surprisingly, for today's Mule Skinner game, we got a French defense, the Balsa Wood Dome. No, the Iron Dome worked, and it took down that, missile on e5, but only after, it was a little bit in the airspace. It was, I think Acerbate was operating with like a Pakistani, defense model or something. A few missiles slipped through. All right. E4, E6, D4, D5, knight D2, knight F6, E5. This is ironic, right? I mean, Mule Skinner plays the tower system with white. Like, what do you do? How do you, like... The Pakistani missile defense capabilities are world class. Then how did that Iranian one get in there? Actually, ironically, the Americans help Pakistan a lot. So blame it on the American government. If any got through, Bob. 92. What is the chances that like every other game that Mule Skinner has is a Tarash French? Now, last time, what did you play? I'm trying to remember. What was the variation? What was the variation last time? Knight f6? It wasn't c5, right? My name is what? Knight f6, e5, knight fd7. No, this is the standard line. Okay. Bishop d3, c5, c3, knight c6, knight e2. And on another note, there's the Korchnoi gambit with knight on gf3. Oh no. Jess Riddler's getting excited. He's got some kind of line with queen g4. Garamian versus John Watson, 2015. Where, Master? Now, where would John Watson have played this like monstrous Iranian French Grandmaster? Maybe he went to like Isle of Man or something. Watson basically had a stroke. He had a stroke back in like 2000 when I was right after I saw him at a tournament, and he basically like was completely debilitated for a long time. He didn't stop playing completely, but he I don't think he like travels. So I'm surprised to see a 2015 game with European-based GM. Where would that have been played? Could he have played in like Gibraltar or something? Let's see. View. Beal. Wow. Beal Master Open 2015. Well, good for John. I mean, he got to play over the board chess and even went back to Europe. I mean, it's not easy to come back from having a stroke. I mean, they vary in seriousness. But I know he's still like writing and stuff like that. But he's a big expert on the French. That's why it's relevant. I'm not just like randomly telling stories here. But John, he already like was past his prime. And he's more of an analyst than a like tournament player, but he wrote two of the best books on the French, ever, and that's why it's significant. He's playing Garamian, some guy I don't know. I know he's a very strong player who lives in France, but it's only the same guy, here. This is the Riddler variation. So play the French 4th edition is a great book. Yeah, but I mean, does it have this move in it? Is the question. He couldn't beat Repka with it. So it's an interesting move. I'm curious what Watson played. It's hard to slip one by. I mean, such a knowledgeable theorist as John. John probably lost, but my guess would be like not because of the opening. He's just not that sharp tactically. So let's see what he did here. F5 doesn't feel right to me. Queen c7 looks like a normal kind of move, and c takes d4 looks like a normal move. Wow, the computer wants to play h5. The engine's going off. Queen a5 is a contender. h5, queen f4, g5 was a variation. I don't know much about this Garamian guy. He's got a high rating. He hasn't played. He's been around for a while. He didn't really break through into the elite level. I had the feeling I lost to him playing Blitz Online at some point, maybe a long time ago. So what did Black do? So Watson didn't play c takes d. What did he do? He did queen c7. So it looks like this move is slow. He must have been confused at this point. He didn't know. Watson didn't know it. It's kind of new. The engine wants to play h5. And now on queen f4, g5. And that's not something you would just toss out there. And it's definitely not something that Watson would toss out there. So basically this is kind of a scammy variation. It looks like h5, g5, queen e3. Black gets some active play, but nobody knows it except for the chess Riddler. Yeah. Anyway, interesting. Alright, back to the game. So knight c6, knight e2. cd4. Yeah, the other move is what? Queen b6 or f6. a5. I don't like a5 that much. Queen always threat on g7. Must English speak. Keep slammed king. Alright. Can anyone send in a game? No. It is late. It is late. It is pretty late. But if you're a subscriber, you can always send in a game. And if it doesn't get in, it could go in next week. f6 runs into knight f4. Yeah, but I mean, knight f4 isn't that great, right? I mean, the point is, like, this is unclear. That's why CD has to be played. Yeah, but okay, so we get this line. So this guy's playing this line. I haven't seen, like, a game in this in a long time. I had a teammate who played it, like, 5 years ago. It was played against my teammate, like, 5 years ago. And he got, like, a winning position, but messed it up, and I think it was a draw. Yeah, I mean, any French player who studied it all knows this line, at least to a degree. So knight d4 check, king e7, knight g6 check, and you sack the exchange. This is obviously covered in the French Watson books. I never played, more than a blitz game in this line. From the perspective of pawn structure, I would rather take with the G pawn. I can't believe it. Wow. I didn't know that king takes was an actual move here. Somebody's been playing with their computer. Well, this was actually played by Hardison back in '85. That's basically pre-computer era. 85 is pre-computer for all intents and purposes. There's a couple of games from '85. You can't take the embarrassment? Well, king e7 is not the kind of move, like, not the kind of move you would play. King f6, I mean, is not the kind of move you would play without, like, studying the line at home. But that, interestingly enough, was... I mean, dude, people analyze this line, I mean, it was an informant. It's a huge theoretical line. It was probably revolutionary at some point. In any case, knight takes f6 is the normal move, I guess. I just thought, like, if you had to do an alternative, this has actually been played. Wow. Timman's game actually went down this line. That's crazy. The Colombian or Venezuelan IM, Juan Roll, who I played, has a game here with black. He took with the pawn. Again, from the pawn structure, this is a nice structure black has. I mean, that's a really nice sofa. It's like a sofa bed. It's a mattress. It's a... I like the structure. It's great, but, only analysis will tell us the truth. Yeah, wow, g takes is equal. If g takes is equal, knight takes must be even better. Queen takes h8. Damn, it's not, bro. Did you see that? Wow. The computer thinks it's a freaking coin flip, this position. King takes is actually its first choice until depth 19. Can you get your cloud analysis on? It's possible that king takes is actually black's best move. That doesn't mean that it's the easiest to play. King takes leaves black with a really shattered structure. I feel like I would take with the pawn because I like the structure better and I could handle it better. Wow. Mule Skinner, I get it, but what's your thought about this position? I mean, have you played this line before? Not knowing the theory, I would really be strongly leaning toward taking with the pawn. Because I think, behind the sofa bed, we can pretty well organize ourselves. And we've got a pawn for the exchange. Timman won because he's Timman, and he's playing at 2200. Not because the position is, like, winning for white. Now, this deserves, like, deep analysis. And it's probably been analyzed very deeply in some sources, like Informator. You're not going to find too much on Chessable. So anyway, you played knight takes. I think this is the most common response. And I'm obviously, like, we'll play e5 at some point. So that's not bad. I mean, we get active. This is what my teammate played, by the way, when he faced it. I don't remember if he played e5 or king f7. I think he played e5. Simon Kim Williams. Kim is kind of an unusual middle name. An unusual name for a man. Kim Commons, who I never met. Queen h4, Kim.com. E5, and then transposes. So this is like main line. And now white came up with the novelty of the year. Yeah, Morozevich really, let's see, 2000 at his peak, world class, and really he was one of the best French defense players. But anyway, White played here f3, and it's just a surprising move, of course. It's like white is afraid of the pawn advancing, so he simply played f3. Most people are like paranoid to ever touch their f-pawn. They watch too many Feingold videos. This kid, well, I assume it's like a kid, but I'm not sure actually. But Mule Skinner, I don't like bishop e7. You know, like why bishop e7? That queen isn't hurting you. You know, it's not threatening you. And honestly, bishop e7 is a very like passive placement. He just opened up this diagonal. Your bishop has a wide open variety of possible squares. I want to be as active as possible. You have every opportunity to play bishop b4, bishop c5, bishop d6. All these squares are available. And bishop e7 is kind of a little passive, and b a little bit like too overt. You know, I mean, you're very clearly like just targeting his queen on h4. I feel like it's not very subtle. And I think you also want to like think about the position, man. I mean, he's not threatening anything. f3 is effectively like a very passive move. And if you played bishop c5, for example, you would prevent him from castling. The Wang Hao game. Oh, bishop f5 might be a move. Of course. I'm just wondering how this white, you know, go about completing his development here. Yeah, obviously, Mr. Slow, this is a very logical move. And Feingold would recommend like bishop f1 or what? I'm just picking on Feingold. Bishop f5 is a very strong move. The guy's practically lost. I guess he can take... No. Damn, he's like practically lost, isn't he? How does white even go on after that? What the heck is he going to play? Like bishop b1 or something? Wow. He practically doesn't have a move. I mean, what do you want white to play here? Your bishop's hanging. If you move it, you get knight c2 check and you lose a rook. If you take... Alright, I'm being stupid. No, he has to take. Okay, I'm being stupid, sorry. He has to take. But how does he defend c2? Okay, he has to take. Now, which way do we take back? No, you gotta take. Okay. Take back with the pawn? Or do we take back with the knight? That's the question. No, obviously take. Yeah, I was expecting Bob to have, you know, reached mod level by this point. His Sludgy career is kind of... His Sludgy career track has been kind of slowed due to scandals and insinuations and his combative nature. He should have been upgraded to mod by now. Where's your founder badge, bro? You're one of only 2 people with a founder badge. Now, I mean, I vote for bishop c5. I agree with Mr. Slow that bishop f5 is a good move. I ban the founders. Bishop c5 looks like I'm taking black every time here. I just don't see how white is gonna... What's he gonna do? Like put his king on d1? It looks really hard. So this is a little too routine, Mule Skinner, and I think you need to really... I don't know if you're playing like a kid, and playing kids can be annoying and intimidating, but I think you need to dial up the aggression and be fearless. And that's easy. I know it's easy to say this shit, and you're a good player. You know, you need to have self-confidence. I easily lose my self-confidence, so, you know, one bad performance, and you know, I just like don't go on Tinder for like, I don't know, a month or so, Bishop e7 feels too routine. I think we have to fight against this routine, the tendency to play routine. Tezek, welcome back. Am I watching a football game or something? Do I look like I'm watching a football game? I bet they are, Bob. Life is linked to reduced self-esteem in men. I'm trying to cut back on the antidepressants. I think it's affecting. Oh, you're hearing some kind of audience noise. It's not an audience noise. That's the fan of my processor, dude. Are you kidding me? That's the freaking fan, Tezek. Come on. Bishop e7 is way too routine. And now, yeah, I mean, this is tempting, right? It's all good till someone loses an eye. Queen takes e5. Dude, that queen looks real close to trapped, doesn't it? How is he not trapped? Check. I'm not sure check really helps us, though. You know, he'll just go king... No, king d1 isn't so hot, so he probably has to play g3. The funny part is, it seems like we can't trap the queen. Because here... And then, how does black control the e3 square? Well, Arsenal's right. Like, there could be an intermezzo move with knight d2, but remember the Alamo. That's a lot of forkage you've got there. Can you say king d1 exclamation point? King d1 strongly recommended by 4 doctors out of 5. Man, Tezek's got all kinds of problems. Fan noise, pawn to look a bit weird, pawn is falling down. But damn, dude. Nothing but constructive criticism here, please. Alright. You don't show up for a long time, and then it's like there's a big noise. You have returned. King d1. Well, I think it's like only a move for white. We have 6 pieces for a queen now. Clearly, like, black has chances. Yeah. Wow. So, okay. After everything's said and done, white played this. I mean, why would you play that, you know? If you're gonna move your queen anywhere, seriously, I mean, I'm really 100% serious here. Why wouldn't you put your queen on f2? I mean, maybe you didn't like bishop c5, but that's what life is all about. Draw by repetition. First of all, bishop c5, queen h4, bishop e7, queen f2, bishop c5, or you can go through door number 2 with the exciting queen f1. But seriously, yeah, I criticize bishop e7. Okay, queen g3, and now you played knight to g4, which was I mean, did we underestimate the opponent here? F3 is really bad. Muleskinner fell for, you know, what I would call like my biggest demon, which is like losing objectivity / being overconfident. And this can happen in all different number of ways. It's sneaky. Most of the games I've lost, not all of them, lately, in the last few years, are oftentimes connected to this concept of being like unobjective or overconfident. Here, it's very easy to get overconfident and think, okay, my opponent's a noob and I'm just winning. But there's something to be said for making sure everything's worked out, period. You just don't, you don't make the move until you're sure that it works. What did we miss here? Forgetting about castling. Yeah, that's definitely a major possibility. I like knight e4 because it's more forcing than knight g4. It's always better to go with the more forcing moves, and you should analyze the more forcing moves first. So that includes everything. Knight h5, knight e4. He plays knight g4. The problem with this move is that it's not that forcing. You're not threatening anything really other than bishop h4. You're not actually attacking anything with the move. It's not check. You know what I mean? So this is not like first line forcing moves. This is a really forcing move. This is a very forcing move. But knight g4 is, obviously white is like threatening the g6. So, it defends against that. You can't play knight h5 because it allows takes on g6. e4 is possible because it interferes with the threat here. I'm sure that Emil Skinner looked at this and then rejected it because he thought this doesn't work somehow. It does, in fact. We looked at this, and it does, in fact, look quite promising, but I'm not certain, Bishop h4 check. So you played instead knight g4, and I would say you probably didn't analyze it all the way through. He just takes and then castles out of check. Game over. This is no longer a pin, and that's the point. King g8, queen takes pawn, and white's up a piece. It happens. It happens. Look, man, I lost a way more embarrassing game, I think, at the World Senior when I lost to Ketevan Arkamia's husband, Jonathan Grant. It was a tense game. I had an equal position, and then he became like irrational and like went kind of crazy and lost his objectivity. He played like too wildly, and he was practically lost. And I convinced myself that I wanted to play for this like weird cheapo practically, and it's weird because I never do that, So I really wanted to play for this cheapo, and it was like a queen sack, and I had sacked my queen in the first round, so I thought it would be fun to sack my queen every game. It's a totally insane way of thinking. And basically, I walked away from the board, and thinking about the game while I walked away from the board, I was like, is my opponent threatening anything? And my thinking was like, oh no, he's not threatening anything. So I just made a move on the other side of the board. The most random move ever. Literally. The most random move ever. It's like you're playing a football match and you just like goalie just like walks away from the net and just is like, go ahead, That's what I did, like in the middle of a chess game, and the guy just like crushes me with this like tactic. It was insane. I just walked away from the net and just let him like kick the ball directly in the goal. Because I didn't see he could just do this tactic he had like in a different way. No, we all make bad mistakes, weird mistakes. I lost in 6 moves. I told you guys. I've showed the game before, but I was white in an English, and I still remember it.
not this. It was knight f3, f5, d4. See, like, normally in this position, black plays like bishop e7 or c6 or knight f6. But for some reason that I don't fully comprehend, my opponent played knight to c6, which I had never faced before. And because it's not a forcing move, you know, he's not attacking my knight. I went into the tank and I started thinking, and I'm a FIDE master at this point. It was like 1990. Maybe I wasn't a FIDE master, but I should have been. It was like 1993. I was 2300 FIDE. I'm playing the white pieces in the Boylston Chess Club, or some. It was a closed tournament, like a round robin. And with white to move in this position, I started thinking about like how I want to develop my king's bishop. You know, should it go on this diagonal or should it go fianchetto? I mean, seriously. And I spent like 10 minutes thinking. With white in this position, I played e3 and dropped my knight on g5. And that's my shortest loss, like, ever. I just resigned after queen takes g5. I mean, it's like they thought I was on drugs or something, you know, and I wasn't. It wasn't anything to do with that. It was just a weird, you know, it was just like you're just to start thinking about the game in this kind of weird way, and you lose your sense of objectivity. I became obsessed with like deciding like which was the better way of developing my king's bishop, and I just like dropped my knight on g5. No, it was in Boston. It was long before I had ever gone to Hungary. And like we came back from the playing room to the tournament, like director's room, and people were like, "What happened? Draw?" Because it was like it happened in like 20 minutes, you know, and no one could believe that I lost in like 6 moves with white, dude. Spectacular Camel, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. So I just wanted to make Mule Skinner realize that, you know, I mean, it happens to everybody. We do crazy things. Your blunder is more understandable than this, or the move I played a3 against Jonathan Grant. All right. That game was played in Boston, Massachusetts, at the YWCA, approximately 1992. Okay, onward and upward. We're gonna take out. We're gonna take a look at, rather than take out. I could go for some takeout. We're gonna take a look at Sung Prism, playing black. So we're facing the English. English is tough. I find knight f3 even more annoying, though. Arsenal, you made an interesting comment the other day. That knight f3 is like a. What did you say? Knight f3, well, I think it's the toughest move to face, honestly. It's very solid. c4 not as solid, and this took me like 50 years, well, 40 years, basically. 39 years. I don't know how long I've been playing chess, like 39 years, 38 years, 39 years. It took me 39 years to realize that the English is not really a solid opening for white, as much as I want it to be. You're playing the Sicilian, you know, and it's a flank opening. Honestly, knight f3 and d4 are probably more solid than c4. Knight f6, knight c3. Now you're really asking for it. I mean, what do you want to play, dude? What do you want to play? I mean, do you want to play the Queen's Gambit? You got to ask yourself, what do you want to play? Do you want to play the Queen's Gambit? Do you want to play the Nimzo? What's your repertoire? I don't think Sung Prism's here. I don't know. Maybe you are. Yeah, maybe you are. Yeah, well, no one's gonna like let you play the Nimzo here. I'll tell you that right now. People that play the English are either going to play e4 or knight f3 in this position. And, might occasionally encounter another move, but... So if you play e6, you've got to be prepared for this. This is the most sharp line of the English, I think. I love this variation for white. This is like this has always been one of my favorite lines. Although I have lost some games with white. I lost to Mendonca like 3 years ago. I love it for white. I think it's very active. If you want to play Queen's Gambit, obviously you can start with move e6. If you want to play Nimzo, that type of stuff. Most people won't transpose, of course. So knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4. d5, the other variation is fine. There's also the Arsenal fan knight c6 variation. And some people stand by e5, although I think this is dubious. You're giving white the extra move c4 in a Vienna. I mean, that can't really be good. I like to play like a King's Gambit there with white, but it's not essential. So d5 and c5 are the moves. And d5 is pretty much considered like the main line. c5 also very important. You recommend symmetrical English to Nimzo players from Dukic. I hate playing McKenna to black. No, I mean, this is white's best line against the English. I mean, the best line of the English is what I'm saying. White has space advantage. Of course, white should be a little better here. It's like an English, but it's better. The problem with the English is that you have no central pawns, but now you do. You're like correcting the fact that you played the English. The best thing about e4 is that you're not playing in English anymore. Aronian likes losing with this line with black, and ironically, he should know it for white too. But anyway, after d5, interesting thing. All right, in this position, white, e takes d is nothing. It's an exchange French. The question is like e5 or c takes d, and c takes d has always been like a known variation, but I personally never really appreciated it until I lost to Mendonca or Mendoca. I don't know how you pronounce his name. It's weird having Indian names that are like Portuguese, Spanish in origin. C takes d5 always seemed to me like illogical because we would open up this bishop. So I always avoided it like the plague. But it's not so simple. I mean, you get a more powerful e5, and in the game with Mendoca where I lost, what ended up happening was, and this is very important strategically, he freaking blockaded the hell out of e6, and I had this nice looking position, but I couldn't like exact an attack on him really, and so the problem was like this square, I just couldn't quite like break through, and eventually I got in time pressure and like blew the ending. But that's the debate, really. You take toward the center, increase your predominance of pawns in the middle, and you enhance this bishop's diagonal. But does it matter? Like against Mendoca, I couldn't get anything going, even though I have a kingside majority, and I have this like powerful pawn at e5. It could advance, but it doesn't. It's a lot like this is the game. It's a lot like Vienna. Very similar to the Vienna. Anyways, e5 is the main line. e5 has always been the main line. Yeah, you might want to play c5. And c5, by the way, c5 is fully viable, but there's a lot of variations. After e5, knight g8, there's like the main line with knight f3, there's Korchnoi d4, and I remember as a kid, there was a footnote in Encyclopedia Chess Openings, ironically. This idea of f4 it's kind of funny because some guy named Alper or something was it was Alper, I don't know, some lesser known master was quoted in reference to this move. The funny thing is, like, we're seeing people playing this in reverse. This f5 idea, of course, with black, but Kraftsiv is white. F4 is not such a stupid move, and we're seeing the exact position in reverse sometimes. So I had this game, I was playing this like back in like 1985. It's interesting. It may not be that bad for white. Anyway, so okay, d5, e5, d4, and knight e4 is also a line. Knight d7 is also a line. So there's a lot of theory that you've got to know. Now there's no choice. I think Shirazi or someone has played knight e2 here. No, I mean, you literally have to take the knight on f6. Pawn takes pawn, d takes c3, f takes g7 is lame. So this is like a draw variation your opponent played against you with pawn takes g7. I will say something though. I saw in a database Pop Jula, the Hungarian GM, who plays, he's a very good blitz and bullet player. He has a game where he did this, I think. Pawn takes g7. So Magnus had played it, I see. Yeah, this is like some kind of technical variation. It shouldn't really be dangerous for black. You see there's two games, Carlsen played it and drew both games. Pawn takes g7 it's not fun for white for sure. But there's this thing with like pawn takes d2 check. Let me recall. Bishop takes g7. And I'm trying to remember what Pop Jula did. Was it queen c2? There's the Bernatsky game. That doesn't look right. Maybe he took with the queen. What did Magnus do? No. So what's the deal? Bishop takes c2, bishop g7, queen b3? No, I don't remember looking at this. I don't remember looking at this. You know, I think that black should be fine here. And Pop Jula had something else, I thought. It wasn't queen takes, was it? I don't remember the queen going to b3. It was like bishop takes d2, bishop g7, but b2's hanging, so you have to do something. Knight f3? Yu has played this. Yu has played this? Stupid jokes. Queen h5? No, I can't remember now. Okay, anyway. You know, so this line shouldn't be dangerous. I mean, the interesting line is obviously like b takes c. B takes c, queen takes f6, and then there's just like tons of theory. Dubov is tricky, you know. I have a friend who said that he's an idiot outside of chess, but that he's, you know, I think he's an interesting chess player. I don't know about him like outside of chess, but I know that, yeah, he's got great ideas. Very creative. I never met him. Alright. But anyway, so we got the boring variation on the board. Now you have to take on d2 with check. You have to take on d2 with check. So you just basically lost the pawn. I don't get it. Why we did this. Now white can take either way, but this is more solid to take with the d pawn. Yeah, I don't know what Sun Prism's doing here. He just like doesn't know theory, so he's making it up. So b takes c, knight d7. You're just down a pawn here with no compensation, really. But I don't understand, like, why white... Why white, Yeah, every time that guy comes on, he just complains about my settings. Alright. Let's see. We probably have a bunch of shit that's like running that I don't need to have running. Microsoft Edge. That's weird. There's no reason for Microsoft Edge to be running. But I don't think it's going to stop it. What else is running that shouldn't be running? Well, basically Skype. That's also running that shouldn't be running. A lot of shit is like running on my machine. That's really the problem. It's not about sound settings. My computer like lets all these apps go off like that shouldn't even be like, you know, running. It just doesn't shut it down. Maybe NetDog has some advice. Lower volume in your end, but I mean, you know, seriously, NetDog, what do you think? Can I do about these apps, these like ghost apps? Skype was turned off, but it's still got like, you know, you're a computer guy, you're a guru. I've got things like Skype, Microsoft, you know, web browser that I don't even use running instances. Like, how do I control that shit? Do Control Alt Delete? Yeah, I'm ending processes. Securely, I got it. I'm deep. I'm like you, man. I'm on it. That I've got. Startup programs. I'm just curious if there's any way I can manipulate my computer to actually shut down instances of freaking things that I'm not even like running, you know. Set them not to start up. Dude, I don't think I have like Google, you know, set up to run. Skype, you know, I shut it down and it's still running instances. That's my point. Why are instances, yeah, Linux would be better. Why are instances of shit running when they've been like closed for like 3 hours? You know, I don't understand that. What I'm asking, is there a way to make your computer close instances of shit that have been running for like 3 hours? Linux has its own problems. Yeah, man, I don't know. But just turning off like Skype instances and it helped a little bit. But you know, if I even turn on Stockfish for like 5 minutes, my machine is like going nuts. All right. Apps are entitlement. These apps have a lot of entitlement. All right, guys. So we're on to our. I don't understand, you know, Sun Prism, what you were doing here, you know. Was this just like you're playing Blitz? No, it's Rapid. You just like didn't know the line, played too quickly. I need to set a new donation goal. Look, I didn't buy my glasses yet. I've ordered the chair, but I feel bad about setting up a new donation goal, and I haven't even like used my last donation goal. But you're right, that'll be the next one. A computer. I mean, dude, the computer itself is good. It's not. It's like I don't know how to use my computer. Maybe I need a private assistant, a live-in like sex slave / computer programmer. Anyone want to volunteer, NetDog? I don't need a new computer. I need, you know, a really hot live-in, you know, computer tuner or something. Every now and you want to reinstall your operating system. Dude, I'm lucky if I can freaking brush my teeth. Are you serious? Arsenal fan. I'll take some time off from hanging out with the boys in the cafe and install my operating system a few times. My dad always was in a hurry, and he was a salesman, and he used to always joke that he doesn't have time to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I get it. That's why I need a personal assistant. But some prisms still... Okay, did you know the line? And you pre-move bishop takes. Pre-moving in rapid chess. Alright, b takes c, you're down a pawn. And then... Okay, so here we are, right? Here we are. You're down a pawn. Just pretend you have a g-pawn. I don't know. I think knight d7 is kind of slightly counterintuitive, right? Knight d7. I mean, the knight looks more active on c6 to me. But you don't want to go knight c6, I get it, because the knight blocks the c-pawn. So the obvious suggestion here is c5, right? And disturbingly, that's just absurd, dude. Drazic has a game with white in this position. Like, up a clear pawn for nothing. His opponent is 2077. Serbia is sus. You know, we'll just leave it at that, okay? You know, if I could play 2277 players who just, like, lost a clear pawn down in, like, 7 moves... Okay, dude. Mafia Boss 1-0. Super dubious for a 2077 to be down a pawn for nothing after 8 moves. Maybe it was played on, like, Chess.com bullet game or something. I don't know, but I'm afraid not. Knight d7 is still not a bad move. You still have c5. That's what happened. But I think from White's perspective, you know... Interestingly, if you use a little bit of reverse psychology, maybe White should consider not playing d4? g3 is an interesting idea. Nah, it's too weakening. Yeah, this gives you an interesting idea. It gives you knight c5, knight d3. So if I do like this, I'm gonna worry about that. Knight d7 is interesting. It looks weird, but at the same time... I mean, we're expecting d4 and then you're playing c5. The problem is now obvious. You don't need to be Sam Yershevsky to realize that if I could put my knight on c5, or c6, I mean, I would. The knight on d7, it doesn't put pressure on the white center. Well, white doesn't even need bishop e3 Arsenal because we're not threatening anything. Because our knight doesn't put any pressure on the white center. Okay, d4. Now white plays bishop e3, but I don't know. I mean, it's like a pseudo Grunfeld. I don't like bishop e3. It's nothing that I have. It's not that I have anything against bishop e3 per se, but it's not doing anything about doing anything about the fact that white's king is in the middle of the board. Can we develop our king side pieces maybe? So if this is a Grunfeld, you know, knight f3 is a no-brainer, honestly. I mean, this is just literally a no-brainer. I mean, there's no bishop g4. The knight has to go. You have to castle kingside. And, you know, there's nothing, no question, there's nothing to see here, folks. Just move along. I mean, knight f3 is automatic move. There's no way I'm playing bishop e3 instead of knight f3. This is just like asking to get impaled
by like this diagonal or leaving my king in the center too long. This is a bad move. And you know, what are you going to do about like queen a5 type of stuff? Bad is relative. Arsenal's going to be like, well, in fairness, I don't think it's that bad. True. All right, it's not that bad. But it's not the best move, and it's not necessary. You know, I think queen e5, queen d2, and he's still with us. So you're okay here. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But I mean, dude, it's one thing is very clear. All right, Sun Prism. This guy fucked up. I mean, to put it honestly, like, you know, after this, you're not okay. You know, you're like down a pawn. After this, it turns out, yeah, you have some dynamics. That turns out you have some pressure on his center. That was a major mistake by white. So queen b6. Yeah, queen a5 doesn't have that much effect. But I don't know what you have against, like, let's say, castles. What do we do, though? I mean, I want to play b6, bishop b7, but we have to watch out for cheapos with queen f3. Nettie the Jedi says, Jedi says queen b6 is a bad move. Well, queen b6 is a bad move in principle. I agree. Nettie. I think it's a bad move in principle, too. I'm not sure if it's a bad move in this exact position, in this exact moment. Yeah, my intuition says queen a5 is much more active. It would also tie white down to the c3 pawn. You have nothing special. Like, after queen a5, the queen is also vulnerable. But let's say queen d2, we don't have to take. We're not going to take. But for example, just throwing it out there, hello, maybe some sort of plans like knight b6. Look, it's going to get complicated. Rook b1, rook b5. It's a Grunfeld. And I also think that black needs to freaking castle sooner rather than later. I think castles is a good move. He was afraid maybe there'd be some pressure here. And I guess you could theoretically castle long. Alright. I agree, this is not a great move. But that may not be a great move either. What about like queen b3? Wow, we're on the subject of queen moves. This drops, that's not a problem. If you take, I trade queens. Well, I think in this case you would change your square, you know, move somewhere else. I'm not going to allow trade of queens, a pawn down here. But I would say, like, maybe rook b1 is overrated. And now he went here. And now b6. And now you're just... got to be careful about getting your queen trapped. I mean, this is a bad scene. That happened to me in many games. The Gingy Indian. This is very often times your queen gets trapped on a5. You have a4. Rook b5, bishop e2, bishop d1. So seeing the possibility of bishop d1. But, you know, this deserves consideration because you're on this. He actually can't... I think queen a4 might be better. You know, you've also got bishop a6. But
by pressuring the c4 pawn. That might be more relevant, you know. Yeah, he could trade queens. Or you mean try to get the bishop to c1? No, I like a4 better. You know, clearly, like if bishop d1, this pawn is dropping. So this seems definitely better. I think the other thing is like, I mean, I don't know if you were thinking about your queen like being able to come back here, but you definitely don't want to exchange on d4. No, I think the simple plan too of this followed by bishop a6, like picking off this pawn on c4 like a nimzo, looks very promising. You know, again, queen a4 should be considered. Yeah, and this is insane. You know, I don't know. Insane is relative. Yeah, maybe it's good. Maybe I'm being unfair. Black offers a draw. Well, I'm probably thinking about taking that draw. White's extra pawn isn't that great. But I mean, you know, if you castle and white plays bishop h6, I understand why you didn't castle here. So this is actually, yeah, Arsenal. I like your thinking. I like your thinking. I like your idea, dude. Do you remember Play Like Kasparov, that guy? Where was he from? Like Indonesia or something? Malaysia? I can't remember, but he would always do like d5 pawn sacks against me in every kind of queen pawn game. Yeah, it'd be nice to have the rook on e1. Definitely d5 is a huge idea. It shuts the bishop down and it opens up my king in the middle of the board. My king would rather be on like c8, I think. Ultimately, so my rooks are connected. The problem really isn't my king safety so much as the disconnection of my rooks here. But in this kind of scenario, I mean, now my king is open. And its only safety is like f8, and then you're doing like bishop h6 anyway. So black's king looks really open. That's why white didn't take the draw. When did you offer a draw after queen a3? Yeah, no, I mean, he's right to refuse the draw. You should have played queen a4. If you had put immediate pressure on his a4 pawn, I think your position would have been a lot better. Now white seriously has a problem with that a4 pawn. This is not a joke. If that just falls, it's not clear who's better. You know, and you still have the right to castle and stuff. I mean, I think this is a major mistake by you. You're basically not threatening anything. And queen a4 threatens stuff. It's a huge difference. Queen a5, you know, you have this thing here, but it's not, again, it's not really a threat. So he just castles and declines your draw. Rook g8, and now he does play d5. Yeah, d5, very reasonable move. But black doesn't cooperate and finds a strong response, a rejoinder. Yeah. Well, white wasn't happy when he saw this. I'm sorry. That's another thing. Oh my god. Is that a 100-move game? Alright, dude submitted a 100-move game. Who was it that was doing that? Was that you, Sun Prism? There was one player who I think submitted the longest games because he felt like he got more for his money or something, you know. No, but seriously, like, this is a nasty move. I had a 120-move game, too. My last game. later in game. How much fun is this? Is it possible to play bishop a6? Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Nettie. He should have played queen a4 in the first place. I mean, that's a pretty common square in the Grunfeld, I should say, and Gingy Indian, and, you know, any opening with this structure, basically. The French. Yeah, no, he should have played queen a4. It was definitely better. And also not easy to attack it either. Okay, like in the Gingy Indian, what would happen, I would get my queen trap by like queen b2, rook a3, or something like that. But I mean, the point is you can come back on this diagonal too. When you play queen a5 and b6, that's how I got my queen trap a couple years ago. Well, it's more like 8 years ago, 9 years ago in the Caro-Kann. You know, c5, b6, no lateral, and no back here, you know, so knight f6, bishop g5. The other thing that's interesting is like on a4, the queen could also come across here. There's lots of points to it. The queen would just be way better in pretty much every possible conceivable way on a4. You were trying to help keep your, yeah. Well, I mean, in general, to attack the center at c3 and d4 initially, some prism, I think it made sense. But, you know, the position has changed, and the frontal pawn, is that, can I say that? Frontal pawn? Frontal lobe? His frontal lobe. His frontal lobe significantly weaker than the rear lobe. Parietal lobe. Nadag is like a Wikipedia moderator. Do you do Reddit, Discord, and Wikipedia, Nadag? And Ashley Madison. He's tight with Rex Singfield. He's modded Rex out of a shitload of bad scenes. Alright. E takes d5. Now, speaking of old times and Boston, you know, something just clicked when I thought of Rex Singfield. Do you remember that guy Kareem? Did you ever meet my friend Kareem? I wasn't sure if you guys like met each other. He was a Jordanian chess player who lived in like Dorchester. Anyway, he was a fun guy. And not a bad player for like a non-tournament player, but interesting thing I noticed, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years, maybe more, five years ago, somewhere he had like connected with like the St. Louis Chess Center or something, and like I thought it was weird, but he like moved out there. I got the impression that he moved out there and was like working for the St. Louis Chess Center or something. And I just thought, you know, as like an Arabic guy, I mean, he's American, I mean, but he's also part Jordanian. It'd be fucking weird to like move to the Midwest and live in like freaking St. Louis, you know, like Boston is one thing, but I'm not going to be like Arabic and like move to, I don't know, St. Louis, dude. I mean, there are these Muslim guys that got, Palestinian guys that got shot in Vermont, you know? It's like, dude, people are not as tolerant in places like freaking, okay, you don't even know that he's like Arabic, or he's not like a practicing Muslim or whatever, but still, if they find out that you're from the Middle East, you know, people are really racist. I just thought, I was surprised, you know, I mean, he was a really interesting guy. I thought it was odd that he would like move out to St. Louis to move to the frickin' St. Louis Chess Center. I wouldn't fucking move to St. Louis for $1 million if I had to stay there. I'll go there and get it, but I won't stay there, you know. Anyway, I got off track. Sorry, guys. Nedog's not responding. Alright, bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. Maybe there's some... Maybe he has some... Nedog has some sexual jealousy toward Kareem or something. I don't know. Alright, I forget the dynamic there. Rook e1, king f8. Yes, I met him. Doesn't sound very good. You didn't like him. I take it. Bishop g7. There was a jealousy issue. Queen takes h7. D takes c4. What the hell is going on here? Those are nice bishops. Can somebody explain to me what's happening after white recaptures and black plays like bishop takes f3? That's what happened. What kind of moderator is this Nedog anyway? Mr. Coffee's working during work. He's looking up the St. Louis Chess Club on Wikipedia. Nedog is just a part-time mod, so guys, don't give him too much shit. I'm allowed to give him shit because he's an old friend of mine. Mr. Coffee is our primary mod. Just because I give Nedog a hard time doesn't mean you guys are allowed to. And that's especially going for you, Asterbait. Bishop takes c4 and boom. Bishop takes f3. I think he had sexual jealousy toward Kareem. That's the only theory I can come up with. He will not answer that question. Oh, man. No, I used to hang out with both of you guys. But in different periods. Okay, bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f7. I don't understand what's happening here. So if we take, we lose a rook, but then we get mated. Alright, so what's happening here? I think that white needs to answer the question. Don't you, Wendy? Why do we not take this piece? I need to know now, because this is all about color versus color. White squares versus dark squares. Either I win on the white squares, you win on the dark squares. Where the hell is your discovery? Are you gonna bishop take c3 me? Like, it's like, okay. But white's like mating black on f7. So, you know, basically not clear what's going on here. All bets are off. Material loses its significance because of opposite color bishops. And white's pieces are pretty active. And where is your queen? Where is your queen? Exactly, dude. I mean, where is black's queen? That queen on a5 is done. What's the first rule of Sludgy Club? This isn't any... It's like that... The Talking Heads song. This ain't no disco. No, getting banned is half the fun. The first rule of Sludgy Club is queen a5 is always bad, dude. Queen a5 is always bad. First rule of Sludgy Club. What? Queen a4, rook e4, everything looks good for white, suddenly. This ain't no party, this ain't no disco. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Coffee would have found that, but Nedog pulled it down first. Kurt Richter approves that rule. Telling you, man. He should have been on a4. So suddenly it looks like black is lost. But guess what? He just believed his opponent. This is insane. Okay, there's two possibilities. He just like believed his opponent. Or secondly, he got excited and like, you know, pulled an overly optimistic sacrifice here. There's absolutely no reason to do this. I'm just like, yum yum, it's mine. Notice that rook on b3 is kind of not helping too much. This is like one of Astorbate's games. White just lost a piece. But I need to know why. Inquiring minds want to know. Why did White just lose a piece? It's not important. It's just like his whole game. Bishop takes f7. Dude, you have to take here. Now maybe I missed something. You have one chance, to do a discovery, but what is it? Where is it? I said king f1, but I mean, the only obvious discovery is bishop takes c3. Put the king anywhere on a white square, and then black is like lost. It's very simple. This move actually helps our rook to be more active. Black just doesn't have any discoveries. He's just empty. Believing, never believe. Never believe the opponent. Bishop f6. Oh no. Bishop f6, rook g8. No, we're like losing immediately. What did you say? John Bartholomew rating with party of 105. We don't have enough tables in this place. Rook g7. I love rook g7. John Bartholomew, what's up, man? Alright. We'll have to be serious now. We got a raid. So, Arsenal fan, I thought I saw something here. Queen h8 check, and the bishop drops. No. No. This is over. OG Doomsday. Yeah, you don't say anything till John arrives, and then you're like, hey, John, good to see you. He's implanted, like, John Bartholomew spies in here. They don't greet me, but they greet John when he does a raid. That's cool. Alright. You tried your channel, blocked me for 10 minutes. I'm sorry. No, we have some kind of, like, 5 or 10 minute, curfew in effect. So Raider for John Bartholomew. John Bartholomew, what's up? You want to talk about the Pawn Center? No, John, thanks, man, for the raid. That's cool. Guys, check him out. One of the few really thoughtful chess streamers out there who does a lot more than just play like bullet chess. So guys, check out John. I do recommend him. Quality content. Unlike most people these days, I do appreciate the raid. Anyway, everyone who's from the John Bartholomew stream, should at least appreciate like a decent chess stream. So we try to take chess seriously here, and I don't really like screw around with silly stuff like bullet, and I try to focus on longer games and analysis and occasional tournaments, simuls. The stream's pretty serious, although we like to have fun, like talking and shooting the breeze. The chess is serious on this channel, and it's great to get a raid from John. Anyway, Arsenal, it doesn't work. It looks like the whole position just is bust. White is probably winning after bishop takes f3. So I think we have to go back like one more move, but maybe, ultimately black doesn't have enough here to justify. I mean, if you need to go deeper, basically, into the position. Ultimately, it's like king safety versus I want to say king safety versus structure, and well, I mean, you were a pawn down to begin with, but I think you booted all your chances with queen a4. I mean, this isn't chaos. It's just that opposite colored bishop positions are very specific. You you need to change the way you look at the game when we enter into ops color bishop situation. Material goes down in relevance, and I think things like king safety go up. So he kind of believed your bluff here, and now you're winning. Unless he might have perpetual check. I don't see a perpetual check. I will say one thing. This type of position, not easy to handle in time pressure. And you're up a piece for 2 pawns, but you have no king. You have no king cover. You know, so he's got the check down here. Black is better. Both sides have a piece out of play, but you have the bigger piece out of play. The queen being out of play is more relevant than a rook being out of play. So I think he has practical chances to hang on. It was a long game. Now, queen b7 check. He ought to try queen b7 check. It may not be enough. You know, you have f8, and you're hanging in on f8, and he can't really get you on a dark square. So objectively, maybe black's winning. It's not so easy. This was a long game, though. I mean, long game in terms of moves, not in terms of time. Mr. Slow. 000 is in castles. Oof. Rook f1. Bro, rook f1 was on the board. I mean, that can't be a good move. But he's worried about his f2. But I mean, you know, all joking aside, playing rook f1 is like almost being down a rook. You're already down a piece, and now if you have to play rook f1, you know, you're playing effectively with like 2 pieces against 4. You can't really have a chance. If that's your best move, yeah, he's worried about bishop d4. Well, I'd rather just lose my f2 pawn than play rook f1. Let's put it that way. You know, like, he's done if his best move is rook f1. Black should probably move the king over to g7, but then he gets hit by... I see. He gets hit by this. This is not a joke. Wow. So there's still some tricks. This is actually a really good example. If black were to play king g7, suddenly this move... Just to show there's still hope for white. You got to be really careful now. Because rook h6 drops a rook to queen g4 check. It's not so easy. And certainly not easy to play in time pressure. But I think the important analysis of this game we did already. So white is effectively lost here, but it's going to take some technique. Triple zero, that's some kind of like sugar-free ice cream that made me very ill. Queen e4. Watch those artificial sweeteners, kids. Alright, bishop d4, now it's over. I think that's it. You know, white is now like effectively down a bishop and a rook because the rook is out of the game. And you're forcing a queen exchange. Queen exchange is game over. You know, this is game over. This is over. And I mean the a pawn just goes. So, nothing to see here. Your first order of business should get the a pawn going. You know, I think in this position, you got rook f7. And honestly, you control the queening square. So, how exactly... Have you seen the new study connecting, like, trolls to artificial sweeteners? Alright, rook d5, rook f7, and rook a7. Yeah, you see, you're focused on f2, but I would be thinking more about the a pawn. But whatever, I mean, they both win. You know, you're winning either way. You gave up your a pawn, ironically. And this is a weird move. You know, I would be like taking with a rook, trading pieces, and then going after the c-pawn. All you need is one pawn. Anyway, whatever. It's good. We don't want to overanalyze this. It's a simple tactical win. Unless you let those two pawns start going. Now, this is kind of a cheap shot. You guys see this position. Bob, really? Alright. Beautiful move here. Black's threatening rook takes h2 check with this subtle b5. And he saw it. You know, so yeah, that's kind of like, I think, worth it. That's the cheapo he was playing for. I mean, you know, otherwise I wouldn't play b5. I would probably go after the c-pawn. This is clearly the point. You're kind. What are you trying to say, Nedog? You're kind. Your kid never drank soda. Jesus. He's not even an American then. It's un-American to not drink soda. Alright, rook takes h2 check, king h2. Nothing would surprise me with artificial sweeteners, dude. I hate that stuff. I know that sugar makes you fat, but, you know, at least it stops there. It tastes weird and it has all kinds of weird effects. It causes, I heard it causes, like, people to be, like, believe in conspiracies. Aspartame tends to lead people to have conspiracy theories. Alright, bishop c7. I wondered now. This is a cute position, but you can't stop, you know, you can't stop both pawns with the same bishop. So the funny part about this ending, right? It's unbelievable. I wanted to play king e3 to be cute, and it's a draw after g5. That's really funny. Bishop takes d6 check, and now like your bishop can't stop both pawns, and they're queening at the same time as like black's pawn. So that would be a really sick way to like screw up this position, because I really wanted to play this to box your king out. Anyone who's played basketball competitively understands the concept of like boxing out the other player. The king will like box out this king's ability to come over and get in front of our pawn. My idea was to do that, to effectively box out the white king from coming back around to stop our pawn, but it's vital that we don't do that. So check, and then the very stupid move king h4, which is just like resigning here. The point, I guess, here at this juncture is that this pawn effectively we're in the square of the pawn. We can get back and stop this one, round it up, and then, you know, proceed with queening our c-pawn while our bishop does the duty of stopping the g-pawn. So even if he goes back, this is the one try for white. What you need to know, at least here with white, is that the only possible way white can save this game would be to try king f2 and get back in front of that c-pawn going down. I suppose if white had, like, you know, an extra move, he might have a chance now. Right? If you give white one extra move, it might make a huge difference. Like, this position is winning for black, supposedly, but I wonder if there was, like, one extra tempo for white, if it was white's move in this position. Would it be enough? Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Would it be enough? One extra tempo. Any answers? Would one tempo allow John Bartholomew to draw this game with white? If I had one more free move. So I'm seeing like we want to go over here, right? So king e2. Let me ask you a question, Bob. How does black stop the g-pawn, stop the b-pawn, save a c-pawn all at the same time? You know, how can he do all of those things? If it's white's turn and he can start like heading over here. You know, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. What do you want to play? If it's white's turn, like king e2, king f4, king d3, king g4, king c4, followed by b6, and it's a draw. But it's black's move, c4, king e2. Now let's see. Everything wins. King f4, king f4, king f4. No. I don't see king f4 on the list. You're in, we're in the square. Now hold on a second here. This is close. So king f4 is a draw. Just to show you how easy it would be to screw this up, you know, for black. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is a really stupid move. King h4. There's no way you're saving the game after king h4. It's totally over. He has to try this, and it's that easy to screw it up. If king f4, king e2, king takes g4, what is this? Still lost? Really? Wow. Still lost. A tempo would make a big difference, obviously, in this position. Alright, so game, king f2 is the only try. King f2, c4, king e2, bishop e5, let's say g5, c3, king d1. Oh no, we're gonna mate him. That's the point, we're gonna mate him with king d3, bishop f4. These pawns aren't going anywhere. So black actually gets that mating idea going on. Okay, so you play king h4 and it's over. Oh, you actually let white queen. Yeah, I mean, it would have been safer to play bishop e5. He let white queen, and he's going to pick the queen up with a series of checks. That's cute. Okay, guys. Again, thanks to John for the raid. Last game, Kurt Richter versus K. Moss. Moss. No Moss. That's what Kurt said. After this game, yeah, Kate Moss is 50, bro. Did you see that? She's like our generation. Hottest British model, supermodel. I think it was Kate Moss. Kate Moss's birthday, like yesterday or something. She's still hot, absolutely, absolutely. So are you, Nedab. So are you. And I understand your jealousy toward the other chess players that love me. But hopefully being a mod will, you know, being a mod will reinforce your self-esteem. Alright, so this is Mr. Slow's contribution to tonight's analysis stream. This is, I am not a crook. I am not an alcoholic. I'm actually drinking very little these days. I just wanted to have a glass of wine. So, Mr. Slow donated 5 gift subs to the stream. Don't forget to support the stream because we are broke. And I do appreciate anyone who can. Just saying Queen A5 is bad. Move 6 of black. Oh, we're going back to that? Yeah, well, I agree. Thank you for generosity. Natagsha. We call him Natagsha. Can't wait to ban someone. Nog is like, he's a virgin mod, dude. That's crazy. That makes you sexier too. Do I know how much cocaine costs in Hungary? No. No, I don't. There's probably a standard market price in Europe. I don't really know. I know how much wine costs. Alright. Does anyone know their local price? It's a fun question. Yeah, we all want to like admit being drug addicts and have you like swat us or something. Nedog. Alright. It's more than I charge an hour for lessons. Anyway, that's the important thing. Out of my price range, dude. E4, C5. Dude, he's in the US. He's Mexican. By the way, Bob loves Mexicans. Bob, you're like Puerto Rican or Mexican? You're Puerto Rican. Bob is Rican. What is with these guys? The channel is for chess, not drugs, man. Part of the world, you know, we don't ignore the world here. Chess, you know, I like to be worldly. You know, we can't just stick our heads in the sand like a giraffe, you know. I mean, I think, what is that? Ostrich, sorry, ostrich. Oh, I like to go off subject sometimes. OG. But that guy's a weirdo, you know. He's a problem. We're here to analyze chess, Bob. Yeah, don't bring it on the analysis nights. You just distract from the reality. All right, so this is our last game: Kurt Richter versus Kurt Moss. And then we played Bishop B5 check. So, by the way, like, do we have a date on this game from Mr. Slow? Bob likes to have attention and distract me from chess. I don't know why. Yeah, Netta, be careful with him, okay? You didn't know he was a troll. But see, Netta didn't understand that Bob was a troll. 1953. Netta, you're a moderator and he's a troll, okay? Just know your roles. Alright, I just want to make sure we understand, like, where we are here. So Bishop E5 check back in those days, in the 50s, was interesting question how this move was viewed in those days. Because I know, like, when I started playing chess in the 80s, it was a sideline that was considered not a big deal, you know. But I can't really speak to how it was viewed in the 50s. I would say it was uncommon. And I'm sure that, like, Bishop B5 against Knight C6 was more common. Let's say, for example, another player from this era, Nesbedinov, played the Rossolimo a lot. You know, but I can't remember Nesbedinov ever playing the Bishop B5 check. You know, he's a player from the 50s, let's say. You don't see any Nesbedinov games with this move because, let's face it, you know, like Bishop D7 is kind of it's just, that move's kind of solid for black. There's no imbalance. We're trading pieces. It's objectively, it's not that dangerous for black, unless you're playing Magnus Carlsen. The problem with bishop d7 for black is the fact that it's also hard for black to play for a win. Very balanced game. But anyway, so Karl Maas here played knight c6, which is my specialty. And I can tell you that we've had a lot of games with the submitter of this game. Is that a word? Submitter? Knight c6 is very dynamic compared to bishop d7. The best move is, in terms of playing for a win, probably knight d7. But this slows black's development. And white doesn't have to give up the bishop. As Carlsen has demonstrated, I think many times now, his main idea is going to be not necessarily giving that bishop up in a lot of lines. So castles, knight f6, and now this bishop can come back at some point. Let's see, rook e1, a6, and now bishop d3, for example. First game in the list, Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus isn't stupid. He's not going to give up his bishop for a knight, for no reason. On that, if you're going to be bad and you're not going to be a good mod and encourage the trolls, and I don't know what we're going to have to do. Alright. So instead we see knight c6. And now we got a really cool idea. Wow. So this is submitted by Mr. Slow. I love this move. I had never seen this before. This is very cool. Mr. Slow, Kurt Richter, b4. And I just want to say, okay, obviously you've got the wing gambit and the Sicilian. And this is effectively a type of wing gambit, right? But again, I also want to, maybe I'm off base here. You guys saw my game against Neddy, where I played the Vitolinch idea of bishop b4, queen c2, b5. I think there's a obvious similarity. The problem is, such a gambit with black is harder to justify than when you're playing white. Alright, so basically it's a cool form of the wing gambit. Okay, b4. What? You promise I'll ban someone soon. Dude, if you're gonna ban someone, Bob is a good place to start. I mean, he's got a lot of bans under his belt, and he's been, he's got experience. So if you're gonna ban somebody, you should probably very seriously consider Bob. All right, c takes b4. He's broken a lot of mods in. Let's just say that. Dude, don't lose your mod virginity like that, Nedog. I mean, seriously, dude. Alright. So, yeah, here you have the standard kind of breakdown, where I think there's more than one way to play this kind of wing gambit. My instinct is a3. I want to do a3. Of course, there's always castles and just defer the decision, but I think in the wing gambit, there's normally a diversion between d4 where you take the center, and a3 where you continue to sack pawns. See, the interesting thing is if you look at the opening explorer, only that this variation's been completely forgotten, first of all, and secondly, this Finnish guy, Paihala, I've heard of him. I'm sure that he's known for other provocative variations in something. Feel like the guy's even got a line named after him or something. Okay, so probably kicking around somewhere still. With those games in the early 90s. But White played d4, you know, and Paihala didn't do that. He played a3. I'm telling you, like, I feel like for my money, like a3 is... Most of the times I've been banned, it wasn't for overly offensive, but poking. Castles, you could delay the decision, basically. So Richter goes with d4. Are we ever going to play a3 and try to knock out that guy on the queen side? Or we're just going to leave it there and play like bishop e2? Black played bishop e7. The same game was repeated in 1984, and black is Grandmaster Lev Gutman, who lives in Germany as far as I know, and also plays provocative openings, castles, and now, oh no, this is what Mr. Slow was talking about. Now I get it. You know how many Boruses? What Boris? Do you know it's Boris Vallejo? The Boris Vallejo. Vallejo. Well, he must be from Cuba or something. I've actually never heard of a Cuban Boris, but they're really big on like the Soviet names there. So I imagine they probably have like Cuban-born Borises. It's the only place where you really get a mix of Soviet and Hispanic names, right? I'd be surprised if there wasn't a few, you know, there weren't a few like Cuban-born Borises kicking around. Boris Vallejo from Matanzas. I played Martin Boris from Germany. I don't know if Mr. Slow knows him, but Queen A5. And what did we say, boys and girls? Asterbait? Ben Feingold? If you check the Cuban chess players, man, I mean, tons of them are historically, you know, I mean, you also hear about, like, baseball players. Look at Vladimir Guerrero, you know. That's total Soviet, Soviet influence. Vlad Jr. Boris Guerrero, playing for the Toronto Blue Jays now. Vladimir Guerrero and Guerrero Jr. All right, Queen A5. We're off subject again. We're always talking about drugs or. Queen A5 is always bad, boys and girls. But how do we really punish it here? I think C4 is interesting, but I doubt it. First glance, Bishop C4. Obviously, Queen E2. I just want to say, like, on the record, I don't think this is really... This gambit is sound for white. Oh, he's Dominican. Oh, that's weird, right. He's Dominican. He's not Cuban. But maybe, you know, maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe there's a connection, actually. But maybe, who knows, dude? There could be a connection. Maybe the Guerreros have, like, Cuban relatives or something. Like, it's
for me, it's a little weird. Dominican guy with the name Vladimir. That seems kind of weird. Venezuela, yeah, would be more. Venezuela would be more likely. So bishop d3. I feel like black is okay here. It actually looks like the queen isn't so bad on a5. What about like c4? I mean, my point would be that this pawn is not long for this world. We could play c4, I think. Probably. Wow, look at the advantage for white. Holy moly, bro. Batman. I mean, if pawn takes pawn en passant is that big an advantage for white, then c4 is probably not a bad move. Sludgy instincts. But I don't know. I just want to make a constructive move. I have to go on record as saying, like, I'm not sure, like, bishop d3 is constructive. Is as constructive as c4. Vladimir Gutierrez. I didn't know that. He's Cuban. No, I mean, Vladimir is not an unusual name for Cuba. But it is for the Dominican Republic, I would think. Alright, bishop d3 and now g6. It almost feels like black is okay. Despite the fact that he played queen a5. And now another... I mean, honestly, what is black supposed to do here? Would I play g6? I'm not so sure. I think that black is okay in this position, honestly. But I think he needs to, like, control the center and fast. There's a really interesting line coming up. I have a question, okay? Like, I don't like g6 personally. I think that black could try a number of different moves. Knight f6, bishop g4, e5, all of the above. But what happens after g6, d5, bishop g7? Just asking a question here. I just want to ask this question. I want to ask a question. So pawn takes, and now what do we do about this rook? Axi. You basically have to play c3, only move, our favorite move of the day, and then on pawn takes pawn you can set up the ultimate blockade-a-thon. But is it that simple? I mean, is this not something? Black has 3 pawns for a piece here. Yeah, Ivan. Ivan is weird. Ivan is also common, well, used to be common here in Hungary. So you have pretty much the same effect. Ivan is not a Hungarian name. But because we were occupied by, Hungary was occupied by the Soviets, there was a generation of intermingling and, Farag Ivan. Definitely not a Hungarian name. There's other reasons, like, you could have relatives from Serbia or something. Another more Russian. But yeah, Ivan. Sounds good in Spanish. Yeah, it's not a common name here, but it exists. Your therapist told me of a Dominican named Usmael after his mom saw it on a U.S. mail truck. Oh my god, dude, come on. That's an inspiration. It was like, dude, it was like God
God sent us Donald Trump, so you should definitely name your children after a U.S. mail truck. The same thing, basically. That's very funny, dude. You have a sense of humor like a 3-year-old. So what do you guys think about this? Computer says white's like winning almost, but I'm not sure it would be that simple in a real over the board like, you know, real world game. Just saying. It's interesting. All right. Highly debatable. I say black nails down the center. You know, something like e5 or bishop g4 pinning here. We're going for control of these squares. He has the same idea with g6, but this is a problem. I can't, you know, overstate. This is a serious problem. Black is not obligated to play knight e5, as I found out against Vladimir Akopian in 1999. This is a move that maybe Karl Maas should have thought over again. Actually, recently Jeremy Silman died, but in his book, The Amateur's Mind, he has an example with this type of structure after 95, pawn e5. And I mean, this is an unfavorable structural development for black. I would go as far as say like black needs to consider the possibility of other knight moves, as much as I hate it, because the truth is, after this ugly bishop b2, knight f6, I'm not sure objectively how bad this actually is for black. After bishop g7, maybe. But I wasn't that serious about that line. It was just, yeah, that's an interesting idea, Mr. Slow. Mr. Slow's talking about the old line, the other variation with g6, d5, bishop g7, but I hadn't seen this idea of doing this. Like takes here. Bishop takes a1, knight b3, but I mean now there's like queen a2. Anyway, I'm not really serious about this line. I just wanted to throw it out there. But I'm a little more serious about this. You know, maybe this isn't so stupid. Because objectively, like, I don't know what white can do about this. I mean, we're going to just, like, finish it out, you know, with bishop g7 and get out of here. White has play, white has compensation. Yeah, definitely. But I'm not sure that white is, like, winning, you know. Okay, a3 at some point, and stuff like this. But I don't think that white can, like, blow black away or anything. You know, there's no e5, big deal. I just take it. I would think. This is hanging. Still, there's some complicated stuff going on. Like this bishop c4 is not a joke. Probably best not to take that. But I still don't see a knockout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the end of the day, white is playing the wing gambit, and he probably has enough compensation. But it's kind of crazy, you know. This, I just want to say, like, this, like, dramatically changes the pawn structure. And now after this, I was expecting bishop b2. But it may be, you know, this bishop. Actually, Mr. Slow, I was talking about this in general. People need to learn to develop, not just for the sake of development, but developing in a coordinated way. And so, this is a good example. Like, I don't want to just play bishop b2 because it develops a piece. Like, who cares? You know, I mean, black plays f6, and then it's, you know, maybe bishop g7, but let's say f6. Then it's like, okay, big deal. You know, so Is my bishop really better off here than it was on c1? I don't know. This bishop in the Jeremy Silman example, you know, vitally controls this diagonal and this square. If we could play a3 takes bishop e3, c4, c5, it's a kind of trash compactor, you know. What I can see here in the future as a fortune teller is a very potentially dangerous situation where the c5 advance could be strong. I mean, I'm not sure, but it's basically all connected to the pawn structure. After d takes e5, a3, definitely not a bad move. And now black plays this, and this is radical. I did not expect black to play e6 in addition to g6. I think it's too much. What do you think? It seems to me like black's behind in development. His king's in the center of the board. It's the Sicilian defense. I've been studying the application of chess theory by Geller. Geller's really good about fundamentals, and the point is, like, it's the Sicilian dude. Your king is on e8. You already chose to play g6. How can you play like g6 and e6? I don't understand, you know? The point is, he says, okay, I can do whatever I want because the center is basically still locked. But I just don't get it. Like, why do we need to play e6 here? We're up a pawn. I have a suggestion. It's kind of radical, but what about b3? You know? I mean, is it that bad? Under the circumstances, I'll give the pawn back, but I'm not going to get hit by this like tidal wave with c5. I would think like b3 is a playable move. And maybe white still does c4 actually. It's like a banco. Though you have to calculate. There's a lot to this position actually. You know, I don't want to rush it. Like, look at this position. b3, c4, bishop a4, bishop b2, with the idea of knight c3, plus e5 is hit. So maybe the trash compactor pawn structure breaks through anyway, and b3 doesn't even help. This is very important. You know, that could be a huge thing. We don't necessarily have to automatically just take this pawn. Maybe the secret is to play c4. Yeah, but I'm very, very surprised to see e6 here. I think subconsciously, like, I wouldn't consider this move for black. On some level, it makes sense because white's pawn on d5 gives him a space advantage. He has a powerful center, so attacking that center makes sense. Yes, Bob. Was that your alter ego? No, he said he knew me back in the day. Yeah, I know. Nedog also. But he's like kind of coy about admitting who they are. I'm not sure. It's not Sean, Nedog. It's not Sean. We already talked to Sean. Bob. Don't tell Bob it's Sean Butler. It's not Sean Butler, Nedog. Sean has already like talked to us in a totally different way from a different account. No, it's somebody else. Somebody who they knew me from Harvard Square. But the one thing I'll say is like I don't think they necessarily knew me that well. But Nedog, it can't be mastered with Smurfette. It's Vadim. Well, GM Smurfette knows, so GM Smurfette knows everything.
It's Vadim. Oh. Well, that would fit the bill because then it would be someone. Oh, you're joking. Damn it, don't joke around. I was wondering that could it be like Master Cliff or something? Alright. But basically E6 is too slow. And it forgets about developing. Don't Cry Wolf was here earlier. I forgot to mention that they are a friend of this guy, Jerry. I wanted to mention that. Yeah, I had talked to Jerry. I had a good talk with Jerry. Ironically, and I thought of you because he said, "Oh, he said, oh, I have this friend who sometimes goes to your stream." No, I just wanted to mention that I had a really good talk with Jerry, which was the first time in a long time. Last week. No. Smurfette, you're weird. You're coming out with all these weird names. Just throw a weird name out there. Gerald B. Gerald B, dude. Like, Chess Network? Jerry? No. This is a personal friend. No. Not that, Jerry. Yeah, Nedog, I think you should get jealous. It's time to get jealous. We're talking about master friends now. You should be like double jealous. Anyway, we're gonna finish this out. So the problem is that black you face the Sicilian and your king is still on e8. Bishop e2. But I mean, like, the following move is kind of like, okay. I'm basically like not really understanding what's happening now. Black has to know that like he's facing total failure in terms of development and king safety, and he's taking on a3 now. I mean, that seems kind of weird. You know, this is really going over the top. Your e5 pawn's hanging. You're behind in development. So, like, screw it, I'm going to take on a3. I mean, that can't really be a good idea, dude. We should time Bob out for that. Bob, get out of here. You know, get out of here. Get out of here, seriously. It's, like, ridiculous comment. Why don't you just, like, ask us if we know the Queen Elizabeth died or something like that? Why don't you ask us something from 10 years ago, dude? I mean, that was maybe an interesting question, like 7 years ago or something. You're totally, Smurfette. Alright, knight takes a3. Bob doesn't know anything about chess. I don't know why he comes to chess streams. Seriously. Bob, can you answer us that question? Why do you go to chess streams when you don't care or know anything about chess? I mean, you're actually not a bad player for someone who doesn't care or know anything about chess, actually, you know? But I don't understand your... Why do you come to chess streams? Like, if you don't keep up with or even remotely follow chess, they are missing out on nutrition, and don't forget the overall trauma. This is Germany post-World War II. 7 years later. Yeah, but I mean, okay. Richter was an attacking player, and he had a good reputation, but his opponent, you know, seemed to kind of like just give up here. I mean, things are bad enough, but I mean, it's like you take on a3, you're just like resigning. This is like, you know, assuming Black's like master level, he's just playing a coffee house game at this point. Pawn takes a3 is just like committing suicide. You know that. I mean, White is fully developed.
His king is safe. There's absolutely no way. It would take a miracle for black to survive here. I talked about this on my stream a lot. You know, what happened here is like black lost touch with objectivity, like totally. More than a question of, I guess more than a question of like understanding of chess, although that might be a question too. He absolutely lost touch with reality. Yeah, rook takes a3. Okay, you're just a weirdo. I want to develop my pieces, man. You know, this is a beautiful move. We're coming in here or b5. I mean, you can't even consider rook takes a3. Rook takes a3 is an atrocity in an aesthetic sense. Rook takes a3 is aesthetic atrocity. And now f6. So basically, black's play looks like something I would expect from, you know, a lichess anonymous player or something like that. They've mastered like materialism, and that's about it. It's like, okay, after f6, I'm a pawn up. Everything's okay because Parker Brothers said it was okay. You know, I counted the pieces, and the material. King f7 was his hope. It's a hope. But obviously, you know, if you're playing like Schumacher, f4 is on the way. I feel it. f4 is on the way. From the look of things in the game score, wow, Richter gets it done without even playing f4, which is impressive. This is a very surprising move. I'm sure it's good. You know, it might even be the best move, but it's kind of ironic. But it's also principled. I have the feeling f4 is really strong. It's opening a new front. It's a totally different approach. You know, and now we're like, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room. We drop a piece. Queen b6 check. Other than that, it's all good. All right. Well, I mean, okay. It doesn't work right away, but we can play knight c4 and then f4, or we can play king h1 and then f4. Knight c4, I guess, if I have to play a move. Then you bother me with something like queen c7 looks sensible. Queen c5 prevents f4. Then I can play moves like bishop a3 or something. But I get it. Okay, so Richter must have thought, like, yeah, I want to play f4, but I can't because it drops a piece to queen b6 check. And this is just better. So he plays bishop c4, winning e6, winning control of the e6. Yeah, I mean, e6 essentially gets to the heart of black's position quicker. You could argue that you're attacking the base of black's pawn chain, although it's not a pawn chain, it's just a pawn. This is attacking the head of the pawn chain. You know, we take here. Sorry, we play here. We're attacking the base of, well, that's not a pawn chain anymore. But we're into the underbelly of black's position. We don't need any sticking pawn chains. We're just already on e6. You're attacking deep in the enemy position with this. It's a weird move, though, you know, Mr. Slow, because the knight has such a natural kind of gravitation towards c4 that it seems funny to play bishop c4. But having said that, we still have knight b5 in a lot of lines, which is a very, very common theme in the wing gambit, obviously. It's nice to have so many trolls in the chat tonight, but friendly trolls. Now black played rook d8. Definitely, like, lichess unrated player approved position here for black. Okay. But seriously, can Can I get the... What did you say about this? I mean, wouldn't logic dictate black has to play pawn takes pawn? The player name? What? Can't read the username for white. Now you tell me, after I've been streaming for like 3 hours. Okay. I think I upsized the board. I can't read it anyway, dude, even if it's like visible. So that's why I did a donation bar for glasses that, you know, people like Mr. Slow have contributed to that I haven't gotten yet. But wouldn't you agree, like Mr. Slow? Mr. Slow is a strong player, stronger than most of the noobs here. 2100 FIDE plus. Wouldn't you agree that like black should try this, right? I'm not gonna let homie take my pawn on e6 because that's, even if I look, obviously like after rook d8, dude, there are queen sacrifices all over the place. You're just asking for it. I mean, allowing him to take on e6 is suicide. You have to take here. And now, my big hope is that like white allows a trade of queens, because here, probably, even though black is like a pawn up, he's clearly worse. I'd say like there's a pretty good chance black might survive. You know, like seriously. Yeah, it's equal. If white was a total noob and trades queens, black saves the game. So after pawn takes pawn, we have to have something better. Bishop takes is obviously an option, you know, but there are more aggressive options, like you said, knight b5. But what exactly is the threat after knight b5? It's not that obvious, is it? c7 is guarded, d6 is guarded. Oh, we play knight b5, then we play queen d5. That's the solution. So when this queen moves, wherever, then we take, and then we have this nasty threat here on f7. So that's the point. It's like this knight on b5 interferes with that queen exchange. There's no queen exchange. Take away when the enemy king is in the center of the board and your king is castled safely, don't trade queens. Or don't allow any trade of queens. Very deep. Alright, now here and now. Ta-da! Now I don't know, man. I mean, it's over. This is over. This is like really over. Even if I have to sacrifice my queen, we don't need a crystal ball. At this point, black was seriously drinking the Kool-Aid, you know, the cult Kool-Aid at this point. Because I vote for bishop c8, you know, and then we can have like 6 out of 8 pediatricians recommend resigning for black here. I'm diverted. What? Mr. Slowhand, I'm sorry that Sladgy diverted all the hatred in chat from himself to you. With that being stronger than all the noobs in chat comment? I was complimenting. I was complimenting him. I was telling Mr. Slow that he was really following the game, unlike everyone else. Arsenal. Mr. Slow is the only person who's been like answering with variations, and I said Mr. Slow is a strong player, and people maybe never really pay attention to who's like an OTB 2100. So I simply mentioned that Mr. Slow is actually a very accomplished player, OTB, Arsenal. I don't understand what you're saying. What the heck are you talking about? Do you even know what you're talking about? I don't understand. I'm just trying to compliment Mr. Slow on being a 2100 OTB player, which many people don't realize that, that's all. I don't understand. But I guess someone took offense to something. Look, if you look for offense long enough, you're going to find one, But it's a fact. You can go down the street in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It won't take you long to find a fence. I mean, Bob, how much do your local fences charge for cocaine? I'm serious. Arsenal could easily find a fence right outside of his house, dude. Anyway, sometimes things get confused. I don't know what the hell Arsenal's talking about, but anyway. He sacks his queen. This is totally not surprising. Dude, the game was submitted by Mr. Slow, first of all. And he's a strong player, and he's engaging in the chat with analysis variations. So I thought I'd mention to everyone who doesn't know that he's actually quite an accomplished over-the-board player. I don't know where Arsenal's comment is coming from, or you're reading into it too much, or whatever, dude. But how you can find a way to create a fence there, I just don't even have the faintest idea. Bishop takes e6, sacking the queen. Rook takes d1. Rook takes d1. Now all of our pieces are in the game. There are a lot of fences. Yeah, seriously. In all seriousness, there are a lot of fences in Arsenal's neighborhood. Both the human kind and the stationary kind. The inanimate kind. This is a beautiful queen sack, but you can see, black pieces are all at home. And we're well coordinated. Again, he just refuses to play knight c4, but the bishop's hanging, so I guess there's no choice. Alright, yep. Now we're finally ready to play knight c4. It is an aesthetic game, dude. I mean, in all fairness, Mr. Slow, this is a very aesthetic game. Knight c4 finally threatening to go knight c4, knight e3, knight d5. Black should play bishop c5. He does. Finally, knight c4. Move 18. Sacrificing the f2 pawn. No. And now, sadly, we never get our knight to d5. But bishop a4 check. Well, Mr. Slow hinted earlier that his plan was to play king f7. That's a little late. King f7 unfortunately fails to this. So our options are limited to A, king f8, or B, king e7. King e7 loses the queen, but you would get both the rook and bishop for it, leaving us with enough material. This is only a moral victory for white. White ends up down material, down a pawn in ascending. So that's not enough. That's why he plays king e7. And black thinks, oh, maybe I'm still alive. The other question is, what about king f8? I presume this is even stronger now. It's very, very strong. And we're going to double rooks. So king e7. But the problem is really those two pieces that never developed. Well, and the point is, we're going to hack this guy. And black must have been thinking, oh man, I have a chance. I get to smash this pawn structure, eliminate the most dangerous piece. Everything's fine. And then suddenly, again, dial up Parker Brothers, and it's look at the material. We have a rook. Knight was worth a bishop approximately. Technically, black is out material here. 6 pawns against 5. We have basically a queen and a pawn. We have a queen, pawn, and knight for rook and 2 bishops. That should be a very small material advantage for black. But unfortunately, bishop a3 is not real friendly. You know, by the way, I miss rook d7 was winning instantly as well. Where? Arsenal, where? There? It's not. Like I just said. Dude, you've already sacrificed material. This is unclear. This is like a pawn down for white. If you're talking about that variation. 93 takes, here maybe black has another move, but looks hard. Looks hard. Bishop takes e3, f takes e3. Now bishop a3 is indefensible. It looks like bishop a3 is simply indefensible. There's nothing we can do about it. But I was going to say, this reminds me of Aldisto, who hasn't been in my stream, like in my tournaments from Germany. He played many times, and he plays the wing gambit. And I wanted to say about Aldisto, which is interesting, he's German and he might have studied these games, I don't know, but he's a guy who really has a good feel for the 2 bishops, which is interesting because we see a lot of examples of Aldisto playing in my Tuesday tournaments where his bishop pair is just vicious. So here again, wing gambit, German player, 2 bishops. Coincidence? I don't know. I think we need the Illuminati here. But anyway, maybe Aldisto will come back. b5, and now we expect bishop a3 check. But the d7 connection is blocked, so we have to take the pawn. It was only a bluff. And the good thing about b5 now, the bishop moves, and so a7 is threatened as well. So it's even worse now. We have to worry about that as well. Knight h6, check, king e6, and now we need a way to finish black off. Winning the queen for 2 pieces is not enough. It's only a draw. We need to win more material here, somehow. Finishing blow. It's like Street Fighter or whatever. Boom. And that's like coordination. No, too fancy. No, rook d7, that's what I'm saying, Bob. We just sacked the queen back. It's a draw. White can't afford to let black sack the queen back for 2 pieces, for rook and piece. He has to keep the pressure on. So after bishop b4, these pieces are maxed out. All of white's pieces are maxed out, basically. Now, I like knight f7, like kind of self-help mating, like choking yourself in aesthetically. But he plays rook d8. And, rook a6 check, king f7 doesn't look that clear. So, rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and technically black is up material again, but check. And then it's like, oh shit. Wow. Impressive game. But I think the takeaway, and I think you can only really say this if you've studied a lot of this particular player's games, but what you start to appreciate here from this game from Mr. Slow is the aesthetic nature of Richter's play. And it's part of the game. There's an attraction to chess from people who like art. I think there's a very, very strong aesthetic side to this, to the way this game has been played by white. more than just sent a pawn or whatever, like Democrat Wolf was talking about. This isn't just sent a pawn. Clearly White had a real artistic style. Yeah, absolutely. So the point is, like, there's only one move, King D7, and now finally we win the queen, but for a whole rook, for a rook. Actually, we can win it even. Oh man, yeah, it's more. No, we can win more than a. Look at that. We don't have to give up a rook. Is the point? After rook check, we can get better. If King C7, Bishop A5, we win a whole queen. If King C8, Bishop E6 check, and then King C7, Bishop A5 check, we win a whole queen. And nothing but the queen, so help you God. If King E8, Bishop B5 check, we win the whole queen. Nothing but the queen, so help you God. Wow, so we win the whole queen, no matter what. After Bishop C4 check, King D7. That's pretty sick, dude. We win the whole queen, nothing but the queen. So help you God. And you're down 2 bishops for a knight. I mean, it would be winning without, even just giving up the rook. It's like winning, but it's just funny. This is winning, no question. But we win the whole queen. You have your whole life. All right, guys. Anyway, I'm out. It was nice knowing you. We will be back. It was nice navigating the stream with the trolls tonight. But Mr. Slow, beautiful game. Thank you for submitting that. And we'll be back tomorrow, Friday, with a couple hours longer. Whatever, clever. You're welcome. Thanks to John Bartholomew for rating. And is it a coincidence? Weird. Bob watches our stream and John raids the stream. Alright, I don't know. Weird stuff today. Anyway. Yeah, I think he saw you were in the stream, so he came by. I know you have a lot of personal fondness toward him. Alright, guys. Long stream. I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye. Thanks, Synog. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. Bye-bye.